It's the finale of the Team Endurance Championship for the ChampCar iRacing Series in 2024. Two prizes are on the line today. The Season Championship and also the race winner, each receiving $200 of ChampCar credit to put toward their real wheel-to-wheel racing in the coming year. We're at Road America. Historic track, beloved track, gorgeous track, and it's a great place to go endurance racing on iRacing for the ChampCar iRacing Series Road America 4-hour finale. We're bringing you live coverage here. I'm David Haynes with Devin Peters and Michael Derby in the production, going to be bringing us all of the angles, replays, and keeping you up to date as we get ready to crown a team's champion in just over 4 hours' time, Devin.
Yeah, it'll be a fun race today. Road America, of course, very famous track, very fast track. We're running the alternate layout, though, today. We got the kink in play, as is tradition in the ChampCar world. The bend, not the kink. And we've got some Porsches and some BMWs driving their way around the track.
Yes, indeed we do. And they're qualifying right now before we get to that 4-hour race. This right here is that The Bend being negotiated by Spinny Boys in their BMW. Teams have their free choice, whichever model of car they wanted to pick. And when we used these cars last time in an enduro event at Watkins Glen, it was in fact the Porsche Cayman that came out ahead. But it didn't seem like it was the model of car that really decided success there. Hungry Geckos as a driving combination, just absolutely brilliant. So we'll see what today brings us and take a look at what teams are in play for the championship. Team's championship is decided by 2 of 3 results from the previous rounds, plus today's race. Typical ChampCar national finals style.
Yeah, and we've got in leading the championship right now is Team Spinny Boys Gold with 6 points. Lower is better, remember. 10 points for Spinny Boys Green. Slowered expectations with 13. Legitimate 15. Drivetrainer Motorsports 104. ST Racing Esports 107. We're thinking it's going to be down to the Spinny Boys and the Slowered expectations today. We'll see which one comes away with the best possible finish to try and secure themselves that championship.
A few teams with some strong results in earlier races. They're not here, and you've got to be in it to win it. So again, today's winner, the race winner, gets $200 of ChampCar iRacing credit, but that season champion will also be decided, and we'll see who can come away with that. Currently the best of qualifying is Aaron Myers in the Sargento BMW Motorsport powered by Johnsonville BMW.
I would tell you a little bit about the driver's bio, but it's around 2,000 words, and we'll just have to work that into the broadcast.
And predominantly AI generated.
That's a feature.
Their motto is keep your plates full, keep your tables fuller, and whatever you do, don't forget to keep it juicy. So we'll see if over 4 hours today, the current provisional poll sitters, quote-unquote, keep it juicy.
I've got high expectations, and you do always want your motor to stay juicy. The alternative being, of course, the equivalent of poking a cheese-filled Smoky by accident.
I mean, there's simply nothing more embarrassing than being caught juiceless. So I hope it all goes well for them. 10 minutes left in this qualifying. If you're following a particular driver, car, or team, hjbc.live has live timing for ChampCar iRacing events. You can also keep on track of who's driving the different cars, how they're going in qualifying right now, but then also how they're going in the racing when we get there shortly.
Yeah, and it'll be an interesting race from a strategy perspective, as always. Of course, in the Enduro series, we do enforce the ChampCar style driver swap rules, so drivers will not be allowed to drive more than 2 continuous hours, just like the real ChampCar iRacing or ChampCar World Series. And we'll have to see how the pit strategy plays into all of that. Yellow flag's an option as well. You can earn yourself a yellow flag by wrecking the car badly enough you got to tow back to the pits. So we'll see if we get any of that action today as well.
Now, is this tracking for an improvement for Cameron Martineau we ride on board with? Going up into 5th gear just as they cross the start-finish line, and it moves them to the top, but Sargento BMW Motorsport Johnsonville are also halfway around their lap and tracking for some improvements as well, but hey, it's ST Racing Esports and Friends up top at the moment. Weather looks like a nice day for this time of year in the region, so not too cold and also not too wet. Two things you could want to look out for at Road America in the fall.
Yeah, definitely a cool day, but that should make for good power and good tire wear.
How's things in your neck of the woods? Still habitable?
Not a drop of snow on the ground, just some leaves hitting the ground up here.
We have this great thing where a lot of trees get confused and spring comes along and they realize it didn't get cold and I forgot to drop all of my leaves and I'm growing new ones, so I've got to quickly get rid of all of these leaves that I forgot to get rid of in autumn. So that's fun.
Ours tend to drop pretty quickly all at once, but the wind has been up, so I've been able to just keep them in the street and not on the lawn. That's been pretty key.
Here's the other model of race car available, and the best placed one in 3rd place is Legitimate Racing's Porsche Cayman. We picked these cars. They're the sort of the logical progression from some of the most common race cars you see at the racetrack in the ChampCar Endurance Series. It's just a couple of evolutions and a little bit of extra track focused performance to go from a Porsche Boxster up to this current generation of Porsche Cayman race car. It's a few more leaps down the family tree to get from a BMW E30 325i to a BMW M4 GT4 race car. But the brands are the same. The lineage is consistent, and a lot of Champ Car teams will have their preference and their affections one way or the other.
Yeah, we couldn't find a GT4 Miata. We got to work on that. But otherwise, the most common vehicles that you'll see for sure.
At one point, Mazda did have a TCR program in the works, but it met an untimely fate before it could end up in the hands of racing teams around the world.
I loved that car. That was a good car. I'm thinking of the would have been when it was American Le Mans series, that the like NB Miata, I think it was, or an NC Miata with a supercharger on it. They had it running in the, and it was like the GS class back then, I think.
I only just remember the RX-8s racing in Grand Am.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah.
So Sargento BMW Motorsport Johnsonville, powered by Johnsonville, they did improve, but they ended up just 0.02 of a second short of Cameron Martineau and ST Racing Esports and Friends, who remain up the top. So it's a duel back and forth between the BMW teams at the moment. Let's see if this lap can track an improvement, but it's not for the number 48. And their gap to the lead is in the bottom left of the graphic there, 0.023 of a second across a more than 4-mile racetrack. And at high speed, very, very little. So that's how much you're trying to find, but they haven't been able to find here from Aaron Myers. And Cameron Martineau's just gone for a new set of tyres, I think.
Yeah, interesting quality results so far today. Spinny Boys have had some really good results this season, but they're not showing the pace that we've seen from them in the past in the qualifying session. So we'll see if that carries on into the race. Of course, it is a 4-hour race with a few different drivers, so you don't know if you got the hot shoe in or not. Have seen both cars struggling a little bit with grip in the cold weather here. just struggling to get the power down coming off the corners, big slides, that sort of thing. And our endurance races, we do allow the setup to be open, right, Hayes?
Yep.
So could be a factor where we just didn't quite have the setup ready for the weather we've got here today.
So there's still some drivers improving around the circuit. Spinny Boys goals, Tyler Agostino. Still relatively early on his lap, heading from turn 3 down towards turn 5. And it's been tracking for an improvement the whole way so far.
Yeah, coming up the hill, sweeping left and then right as they come down the hurry downs. It's a tricky set of corners, flat, but you got to be really committed to make them work.
Now, I thought at Watkins Glen all the Spinny Boys were in the BMW, so it looks like Spinny Boys Gold have moved across to Porsche.
Always good to have an excuse, what for the teammates beating you. But it can just be a preference thing. There are a lot of low-speed corners on the track on this layout in particular, so having that mid-engine can be maybe a preference thing for them.
My preference for the Porsche is it has a gearbox that actually makes sense. 6 ratios, and you get to use all of them in racing conditions. The BMW M4 seems to have the road car gearbox. So first is for crawling up a steep driveway. Second is for getting away from a stop at a traffic light. Third, fourth, and fifth are for racing. Sixth and seventh are for improving the numbers on the window sticker when it's on the dealership lot.
You love to see it. That's what we call engineering,
Improvement there. Spinny Boys Gold go up to 4th. So they jump ahead of slow at expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And here comes Spinny Boys Green, currently 6th.
Good little lap from Gold there to move up the order. Still kind of seeing a 2-class race forming here, though, in the early stages. ST Racing and Sargento are both nearly 2 seconds faster, at least 1.5 seconds faster a lap on their outright pace. Again, we'll see if they're still running that same setup for the race itself, or if that's just a qualifying special. Hard to say.
So this is 2nd and 3rd, heading towards Canada Corner, named after the 2nd greatest country in the Commonwealth.
Or are we putting Australia on that list, like 9th?
Oh, no, 3rd, because I was thinking New Zealand was probably up top. Where am I going to put St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
I figured that the UK
list.
probably was what was going at the top of that list, but I mean, you take
Why? Why?
Well, I figured they were making the list. Just like anything else.
One wants to say, what have they given the world? And also, what have they taken from the world? Check the British Museum. That gap 1st to 2nd remains the same. 23 thousandths of a second. Nothing in the weather ought to stop drivers improving. Not like it's started sprinkling down rain halfway through the session or anything.
Can't have that now. And we're seeing the checkered flag fly here. So coming up on our final laps for a few of these cars. Farthest through the lap is Alex Harrison. We're watching the Porsche right now, though. That's Lee Martin. Nope. Now we're back with Alex Harrison as he comes up the hill. And we'll see as he comes over the line if he can improve things for the Spinny Boys. It's been a little quicker in a few places and a little bit quicker overall. Scratches a 10th off that lap time. Still puts him at the back of the grid, and they'll have to do some work. But once you get in with the rest of the field, you learn some stuff. Got Cameron Martineau and ST Racing practicing a pit entry. That lap wasn't going to be an improvement, so we're all the way back to Lee Martin as he comes down the back straight. Pushes nicely wide through Canada Corner on the exit and comes up the hill. The car looks like it's handling pretty nice for the slower expectation guys. Fairly balanced as they come through the final corner. No big slides. And a couple green sectors here for the slower expectations boys as well. We'll see if they can make this one an improvement. Crosses the line, and it does, all the way up to third place for slower expectations. 23-2 at the line.
Great final lap there for Lee Martin. And the checkered flag has been taken by most other drivers as well. So it brings to an end qualifying with ST Racing Esports and friends in the prime position on the front row, where it's all BMW M4s with Sargento BMW Motorsport powered by Johnsonville in second. Slowered Expectations and Legitimate Racing third and fourth. And there's Spinny Boys Gold and Spinny Boys Green. Two cars best placed in the championship, starting out of 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, we'll get the full tour around the track here. It'll be a full pace lap for us today. So you get to see all the beautiful parts outside of this track that are just going to be blurred by as these cars come flying around here today.
Today's pace car brought to you by nondescript iRacing sedan. When you need a sedan that vaguely resembles a Kia but also a Toyota Camry, reach for iRacing brand generic sedans.
Some familiar paint jobs on the grid, of course. Martineau got that busy looking art car. Once you get a look at it up close, you can kind of tell what's going on there. I think is that Starry Night? I'm not an art guy.
Yeah, I'm not completely across it.
And that'll be our grid. 5 cars today going to take... Oh, no, we got one more, sorry. 6 cars that'll be taking the green flag.
Just a little over 4 miles of formation lap. I hope that our pace car driver knows to take the bend before the kink. Some other racing was at Road America recently-ish, and a lot of big licks at the bend. The kink. It's understandable why a lot of club racing doesn't run it. Just a big chance of causing a lot of damage and injuries and expensive stuff.
So 5 cars deciding to take the green flag today. We'll see if we get the 6th car coming out of the pit lane. A little bit surprising to see Spinny Boys sitting on the lane there. You hearing anything, Haynes?
No. Except
we'll
that they have all three of their drivers, Alex Harrison, Ron Wolf, and Evan Campbell, in the session. So none of them look like they've got technical issues, internet issues, power issues, or anything like that. They've got three drivers for today's 4-hour race, and all are present, but no one put their helmet on and took the car to the grid. Which
is the only thing part of the process, yeah.
Famous bridge there before the carousel. This is where the left-hand side tyres start to take a little bit of punishment at Road America. Also, you think of turns 1 and 3, pretty quick corners, right-handers as well. So the left-handers are pretty slow, and you've got fast right-handers. Some asymmetrical wear on the tyres. Oh, he does know what he's doing.
Always a risk.
Oh, there's a good safety car driver.
Yeah.
Getting more action than the Bathurst safety car driver did yesterday.
We'll see if we get any today. It's been a quiet weekend for pace cars, I think, around the endurance world. Weren't many in Petit either at Road Atlanta. Oh, coming down to the best passing zone on the track. We'll have to see. Now, I'm thinking if you're Cameron Martineau in that ST racing car, or if you're Aaron Myers, you're going to want to be trying to push the pace early, right?
What do you mean by that?
I'll try and break away from the pack a little bit. Maybe separate yourself from the back three, back four.
Yes, I'd say so. There goes the pace car to the pit entry. Big long pit entry up the hill here. It's uphill from the final corner to where the green flag waves. ST Racing Esports and Friends, Cameron Martineau leads us at the start of 4 hours, the finale of the ChampCar iRacing Series Team Endurance events for 2024. And there is the pit lane start. So we've got all the cars represented. Spinny Boys Green are going to join the tail of the field. Cameron Martineau is going to lead them on cold tyres, on a cold track through turn 1. It's relatively heavy. The GT4 cars do take just a little bit of a while to reach their peak grip. Aaron Myers looks like he's done well out of turn 3 to slot into the big BMW-shaped hole underneath the Sargento Bridge on lap number 1 here. There's Porsche's in line just behind there as well. Slow at expectations, just ahead of legitimate racing. But here's a look on lap 1 for the race lead. Down the inside, Aaron Myers puts his nose around the outside, picking up a little bit of understeer and needing a tap of the brakes midway through the corner. Was ST Racing Esports and Cameron Martineau. Underneath the Corvette bridge, still side by side. Aaron Myers is going to move ahead.
A couple pretty quality drivers there, putting the moves on each other early. Myers going to try and hold that ST Racing car behind him, you got to think. Preferring to be the leader for this early phase of the race.
Away we go with the wind just blustering around a little bit, mainly from the east. So that'll be bringing it off of Lake Michigan.
Elkhart.
Oh, no, the big one.
I don't know.
I'm not going to look at Google Maps on lap 1. It's pretty close between first and second as they power out of the bend down towards Canada Corner.
See a little bit of that draft action here. Martineau peeks out wide. He's going to try the outside lane. It's tight around the outside. Gets the room, but Myers has the better line. He'll hold it through on lap 1. Martineau not satisfied with second place, though, in the early running here. Now, we leave the balance of performance to the pros at iRacing, but I got to wonder, do you have any thoughts about how much of the pace differential is BMW versus Porsche at the front of this field?
doesn't look a particularly significant factor at the moment, as you've got a defense down towards turn 1 of the race lead. BMW's in close combat with 1 lap completed of quite a few many more we're going to have today.
The leaders are pushing on early here. They're nose to tail. It's a little busy. Martineau peeks out. He gets a better run off of turn number 3. Comes under the bridge, and he's going to have the outside line. And he might very well clear Aaron here as they come down towards the big left downhill braking zone, and cleanly executed from Martineau for the start even of the braking zone.
All your racers staying close for the moment. A little bit wide off the backside of the curb back there. I think Legitimate Racing ended up a tiny bit wide. They've brought their ChampCar Endurance Series livery across onto the Porsche. I think a little bit of an upgrade from their Ford Focus.
I think something like that. I have to go look at some pictures to remind myself. Myers doing a better job through the bend that time, got to say. Doesn't quite get it on the exit though. Like just line through the first half better.
Got different curbs through there as well, so easy to get the grass just on the exit of the tight switchback through the bend as well.
Gotta be careful not to get yourself in trouble. There are some slowdowns available out there. Myers kind of consistently churning in earlier than Martineau through half a lap here.
This is the onboard perspective from second place, just staying with the race leader. And in a long race like this, that's mainly all you need to do early on.
Yeah, it is a big track around here, so it'll be, if you're not making a huge mistake, you're probably going to stay on the lead lap.
It's considered overall a pretty high average speed circuit. You've got 3 big long straights. They've been through the first on the front straight. They navigate out of turn 3. You've got another one here. And then you also get towards Canada Corner. High speeds in 3 places on the track. It's more than Daytona, where it's only 2.
Yeah, it is a great big fuel burn around here, that's for sure. So I think Sean Fritz, who's running right behind Lee Martin, as well as Myers, who's running right behind Martineau, are setting themselves up for a little bit of fuel save at this phase in the race. 3 Porsches all in a row, 3rd through 5th. That's Lee in the red and blue car, red, white, and blue car, leading Sean Fritz in the other red, white, and blue car.
We're feeling very patriotic, aren't we?
Brats, it's Road America. I don't know what else you'd do. Surprised we don't have an American flag car today.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was.
That might have been
Watkins Glen.
Might have been a Gecko's creation. Hard to say.
So I've got my eye on the speed. For how much does the slipstream matter, particularly sort of 3rd and 4th, and I saw Legitimate Racing only with 1 mile an hour extra. Now we don't know ride heights, rakes and wing angles, but Legitimate Racing were getting not a massive amount of extra speed in that part of the racetrack on the toe.
Yeah, well, and we don't know if he's 100% throttle either, right? You gotta account for all that. Myers, though, staying close. Sean Fritz a little bit further back. A few car lengths going into turn 1. These GT4s, relative to the world of like professional top end racing, they're not as fast, but man, they're fast compared to anything that I've gone and driven around a track.
I saw a video from here, I think it was, and it was a Porsche GT3 RS road car on the tires that it comes with. No, GT2 RS, the one that's got like 800 horsepower or whatever, versus an older Porsche Cup car on slick tires. And 300 less horsepower, but you can actually carry speed through the corners. Just absolutely obliterates it in lap time.
I was watching this is non sequitur, but I was watching some World Time Attack and the onboards at the Sydney Motorsport Park from their recent event there. Those things are flying around 9 seconds faster than a V8 supercar, they were saying. I wonder, I think these things would be a little bit slower than a V8 supercar. Gotta think.
Yes. Contact between third and fourth, spinning around, is legitimate racing with a little bit of damage, and they're probably going to go to the tail of the field here as well as Spinny Boys Green comes through. They've misjudged their braking on the way into the bend and just collected a little bit of their competitor in front. Doesn't appear to have damaged Slow at Expectations, who remain in third. They must have a traction control disable button mapped for that one as well.
Yeah, either they're doing that or they're running without it, because that was a really quick whip around. That was well executed. Good recovery. Then Lee Martin escapes with not even a scuff on the bumper as far as I can tell. So good news from them. Going to be missing that drafting partner, though, as the gap between first and second and third now continues to expand.
Maybe he's not going to be too disappointed about the driver behind him spinning off and dropping away.
Yeah, it's not exactly spec me out of levels of bump drafting going on out there.
No, and now Legitimate Racing have gotten going again. They're relatively close to closing in on Spinny Boys Green, and that lead is going to have the two drivers side by side. So heading down and towards turn 5, here comes Aaron Myers. Cameron Martineau around the outside, being able to use all of the road, trying to come back and cut back at him. This is a feisty little goings-on for the race lead now with 10 minutes completed. We've seen it change just a couple of times, indicating that these two drivers at the moment are very close. You've got the 48 now out front. We've got Lincoln Fox still to join Aaron Myers.
Yeah, 222s at the start of this race too. So the fuel keeping them off that absolute qualifying pace. Gotta wonder though, Martineau has been really, really fast when he's been pushing it. So gotta think maybe Myers is trying to kind of hold Martineau behind him at this phase.
And in the other car, Cameron Martineau joined by Zach Duran. So it's two driver cars here. Got a couple of 3 driver cars. It's sort of varied throughout the season. 2 feels like a good number here, but 3 maybe felt like a good number of drivers at the 5 and 6 hour races that came before.
And just like in the World Series, having a third driver or fourth driver, depending on, is it an odd number of hours long race, that sort of thing. Makes a little bit of sense.
Legitimate Racing back to 5th place, now past Spinny Boys Green.
They're nose to tail again going into turn number 1 at the front.
If you are looking at the live timing, hjbc.live, it'll tell you they're 0.2 of a second apart, and that feels just about right. Using up plenty of the curbing. What you don't want is to set this car up where it's a ploughing boat and a bit of a yacht, but I'm also seeing struggling with the tail being just a little slidey in places, particularly the corner exit. Sort of tail will kick out a little bit, the wheels will be about to spin, the traction control will come in and bring it back under control, and it sort of has this equilibrium point of the tail wants to slide a little bit under throttle, and it just gets reined back in.
Yeah, this driving these cars always felt like finding the fast way that doesn't get into those driver assists. That was always the hardest part for me. Big differences in line through the carousel that time. Myers rolling a little more speed.
I think the optimal line through the carousel is slightly different on the bend layout, because for any race car that can go flat out through the kink, you really are trying to optimize your exit speed out of the carousel, which normally means that diamond double apex. Whereas here, I think you're just wanting to spend less time in the carousel, which could be that line that hugs the inside most of the way around.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're pretty quickly into a big braking zone on the exit of the carousel, so your speed exiting the carousel therefore must be slightly less important on this layout than others. It's a tiny bit wide from the final corner for Aaron Myers.
I think it was the good kind of wide. Looked like a good run off that corner. Holding the gap to Cameron Martineau, even though he's got the draft right now. About 1 mile an hour difference as they come down the front straight. And even that giant BMW sized hole, not enough to make a huge draft on these cars.
iRacing does have the next generation of the BMW M4 that has the giant BMW sized grille.
I'm not sure if that's better or worse.
It hasn't grown on me.
You know what? If I'm honest, I see less of the Angry Birds pig in it than I did at the start. Still got a little bit of that. I think that's what it gave me anyways initially.
So these two are absolutely the quickest at the moment. Slow at expectations. Third place now, 9 seconds behind them. The next action's probably going to come from when Legitimate Racing get up towards 4th place. They've just been eating a little bit of time out of Spinny Boys Gold, who they were ahead of until they spun. So they're a chance of working their way back up to the 4th place where they were before that happened, but it's going to take a little while with the time gaps that they've got.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game. That has been the secret for Spinny Boys Gold and Green this year, as they've sort of managed to outlast their competition. I recall some pretty impressive late race shenanigans at Daytona that I think brought gold back into the picture. Some late wrecks coming into play.
Last lap was a personal best for both of these drivers, so they are getting quicker as they go. Cameron Martineau just a little bit quicker as he gets to the rear bumper of Aaron Myers leading the race. PB from 3rd place, PB from 4th place. Not a PB from 5th. But they haven't peaked early and dropped away. Everyone's in this for the long run, and lap 7 is where they've found their best pace and continuing to find more.
Still glued together at the front. Martineau not seeming to push for the position as much as he was at the start of the race, but definitely staying in the mirrors. And Myers just seeming to have a little bit more than Martineau through the middle of the lap. Pulls a little gap on the exit and under the Johnsonville Bridge, and then through the carousel, another little gap. Gets a little more comfortably set up through the bend. Doesn't quite get the exit of the last few.
Certainly this is looking like the long game for the race lead. But not playing out at a jog or a canter. This is pretty close to both of them sprinting at the moment. Pole was a 221.8. We're doing 222.2s. Fun fact, Lufthansa operate flight 2222 to Toulouse. That's Frankfurt to Toulouse.
I will come to you for all future 2 related trivia.
Sorry, Munich to Toulouse. I don't want to be spreading misinformation about the number 2.
Let's come back up under the Corvette Bridge again. Been trying to look for some updates. I haven't seen any, but of course at SCCA we saw the big wreck. Well, I guess we don't have any angles of it as far as I know, but big wreck in the Spec Miata world. I'm not seeing any updates about Danny Stein and the other drivers affected there. But the speed of this track showing off there. The reason ChampCar runs the altered layout.
It's pretty bruising when things go wrong, and also a very big speed difference sometimes between cars is a challenge approaching there.
Martineau looking a little feisty this time. Wanted the inside, didn't get it. Opted for the outside. Going to see if he has a run up the hill. Hard place to make a pass though. Now, in general, GT4 car stint length, that's around 50 minutes.
70-ish, I think.
Okay, we'll see what they get today. If it's 70,
it used to be a little longer.
I'm trying to remember what ChampCar, or sorry, what iRacing did to the fuel most recently. But either way, that'll be sort of the next moment where we see cars expectant to make the pit lane.
So the pace check goes last lap. Sargento BMW Motorsports powered by Johnsonville as fastest. ST Racing Esports in second. Third fastest, though, was Legitimate Racing. Fourth fastest was Spinny Boys Gold. And then Slow at Expectations. So we're at a very slow boil for third, fourth, and fifth. It could be something to keep an eye on as it plays out. Spinny Boys Gold with just a pace to slowly close in on the car in front, but also with a closing gap behind to Legitimate Racing.
Yeah, putting on some decent pace, the Spinny Boys guys, but gonna need to find a little bit more to hold Legitimate back.
You've not gone and jinxed Legitimate Racing, have you?
Oh,
I think you may have.
Yeah, I was just looking for them. They're not. What's going on here?
Well, look at this. So it's a bit wide off of the hurry downs. And they find a wall like 300 feet later.
And could get it turned around, but that's cost them a whole bunch. I was just looking for them between the Spinny Boys, and there you go. That'll slow them down. Checking back in with the leaders. We've got the result of a little bit of racing there. Martineau, I think, was peaking under Myers into the Canada corner again, but Myers continuing to hold him off. So, got to think that Legitimate Racing had a 15th place average. If they finish in first, it'll improve. It'll be tough. Tough to know. Depend a little bit on how exactly Gold and Green end up doing. But they could definitely be in it.
Last lap, they dropped a tiny bit of time to the pace they were doing beforehand. Have seen Aaron Myers get just a little defensive with his car positioning, particularly into Canada corner when he's felt it necessary.
It's been really well handled by Myers so far. Just doing the bare minimum to keep the likes of Martineau out of his inside.
Not this time at Canada corner, though. It's all as expected.
They can't throw the dummy other lap, otherwise they'll know it's a dummy. Got to balance your dummy range. Come roaring down the front straight again. This is definitely one of those tracks that I'd like to go try out in the ChampCar world. I think this would be a fun one to do.
It's not too far from your border, but a decent distance from your home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as most things tend to be.
I guess that's true of like Boston as well.
Truly. Yeah, gotta do a little drive. Rocky Mountain Motorsport Park out in Alberta has been a nice addition to the local racing scene. Of course, by local I mean tracks within 10 hours total. But yeah, nice facility up there. It's been a few races out there this season, though not visited by ChampCar yet. Top two holding their spot. And the whole field more or less holding their spots. Gaps building up a little bit between everyone in play. Up to about 15 seconds between second and third place. Slower expectations, and the gold car that we're seeing here, Speedy Boys Gold, are probably the next closest pair on the track.
Yep. Speedy Boys Gold, Tyler Agostino took about 5/10 out of slower expectations on the previous lap. It was a tiny bit off from third place runner, and it was just about personal best pace from the fourth placed car.
Next thing you know, you're going to be saying churn like I do. Keep that up.
Heaven forbid.
But yeah, that was a really quick one last time by from Agostino. He's been on average a little slower than Martin, but we'll see if he can use the little bit that he learned last time by. Keep that up. Another quick one. Takes another couple tenths out. Oh no, I was just waiting for the timing screen to update there. That was not quicker, unfortunately.
I always do like to look at what's the difference between a car's last lap and their best. And so third, fourth, they're all sort of half a second away at the moment, whereas we're still improving on personal bests for first and second place.
Yeah, they're seeing more of the trajectory you'd hope to see with fuel burning off, car getting a little lighter, and finding a little more pace every bit.
And sort of at their max, and they're staying there with more consistency than some of the other drivers and cars a little bit further behind.
Mm-hmm. The uncool part of racing practice, just finding effortless consistency. That's what I'm tempted to post every time I see someone going, how do I get better? Just go drive till you do like 10 laps in a row within 2/10, and then you're probably doing pretty good.
So again, it's just a little bit closer.
Agostino, looking that gold car is looking good, flying over the hill on the way up to the final corner. Looking like it's got might be a little loose, but looking like it's got a lot of bite and turn in at this phase. Martineau getting a good run right now on Myers. He's up the inside this time. He'll try to hold it. Hard to do it that narrow, but they leave enough space for each other. Myers going to have the run up under the bridge, but it's not going to be enough to clear Martineau. I think Martineau might be able to get it this time up the inside. Again, really close on the exit, but not quite able to clear it. Myers going to have the preferred line for the right-hander into the hurry down. And he's still got the inside, but it's back again for Martineau. Advantage Martineau this time. Myers goes really deep, uses all the exit, and they're going to stay too wide into the carousel here. I wonder if Martineau backs it off, drops into line. He doesn't. He's trying to hold that outside line. Maybe do a little over-under action here. I think that was the plan, but Myers closes the door smartly on the second apex and holds on to the position.
Well, that only took like 2 miles.
Good little bit of action there from Martineau. So he definitely wants the spot at this phase. Last time by, both of them setting their fastest laps of the race. Got to imagine this one will be a little bit worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the recipe for a quick average lap time. It's a recipe for excitement.
Yeah, absolutely. A little twitch on entry there for Martineau. Gets it handled. We got to figure the tires on these things are pretty hard. They're going to be going to still be at their best or close to it. Checking back in.
Again, just a little bit closer, 1.4 seconds right now, and shrinking by thousandths of a second, but consistently.
Yeah, if you're in the Spinny Boys Gold car, you got to be thinking that Slowered Expectations is your main rival for the championship. So if you can get ahead of them and hold that spot, you're feeling pretty good about the points outcome. Pretty similar entries from both these guys. We're back to the leaders. Oh, and a little bit wide there from Myers.
We got BMWs battling BMWs. We got Porsches beginning to battle Porsches within the first stint of this 4-hour race. Still the starting drivers for all cars. No pit stops yet. But not too long before we start to think about the first pit stop for a few of these teams and the way they want to approach their driver strategy. At the moment, the only strategy is drive fast, try to be in front.
Yeah, and don't forget about consistency. It's come out and bitten a couple teams, in particular legitimate racing so far. Slowered Expectations still holding the Spinny Boys back, but the Spinny Boys starting to get a sniff of that draft. You can see it on their speed graph. Let's come down straight here.
Spinny Boys Gold hitting their stride as it was their best lap of the race last lap. It's looking pretty good this lap. In pursuit of a podium. Instability on corner entry for Slowered Expectations. Reasonable corner, final corner from Spinny Boys Gold. And now the hunt is on.
Just trying. Probably can't have that pedal buried any further. Good line through the first turn, Agostino. The one of the big difference areas for Spinny Boys Gold versus Slowered Expectations has been that first sector over the last few laps, losing a few tenths there. I think he gained a couple tenths that time through. He's getting into attacking range here. I don't think it's coming now, but it'll be hopefully before the end of the lap. We'll see a move here.
Yep, this is a fight now for sure. Last lap again, another personal best for Spinny Boys Gold. Tyler Agostino waiting 10 laps and a little more to really get into this race, and was running 5th for quite a while in the opening part of the race there. The legitimate racing spun off, put him up into 4th. Now they're catching 3rd place. So the race slowly coming towards them across the opening stint.
Hard to say how much of a difference the draft is making, but if it's not making too much of a difference, then Tyler's putting in laps that are almost on pace with the leaders. if he makes this move, he might very well be able to make the overtake and then keep on pulling towards them. Knock on wood, it's also been a clean race for the gold car so far. No incidents to date.
Don't know why you'd feel the need to say something like that.
Just in contrast to the Myers car at the front, they've got 10 incidents up so far. Not an insignificant number with our caps in this race. 50 before the first penalty, and then 20 for every subsequent one. You don't want to be spending those all willy-nilly in the first hour. Not quite as fast last time by for Agostino. Martin responding, manages to take 700s out.
Both of them dropped a little bit of time from their best. Heading down to turn 5. And having really laid down the pace to catch third. It's a little bit of inconsistencies arrived for Spinny Boys Gold once they got this close. They'll head down towards the section of the lap with the carousel, past the scene of Legitimate Racing's last off-track excursion, into the carousel. So that's the sort of hug the inside the whole way around line. And then diagonal across the track to the braking zone for the switchback chicane at the bend.
It's always really tricky when you get up close. Gotta keep your eyes on your own line with that other car bouncing away in front of you, obscuring all your best laid plans. Not uncommon to suddenly find that you have exactly the same pace as the guy ahead of you once you get caught up to him. For those wondering about the leaders, they're still nose to tail, but there hasn't been a significant overtake attempt for a few laps now from Martineau. But as you can see, Martineau right in the wheel tracks of Myers, still putting pressure on.
Are you a real cheese person?
I dabble in Sargento if they shipped overseas, but I don't, or over the border. I don't think they do though. We've got a pretty strong dairy lobby up here in Canada. Keeps that American cheese out. But I'm down for some stinky cheese.
They're not sending their best.
Whew. Really tight there at the apex that time. Martineau had to check up a little bit extra. No problems making that BMW wide, though, for Myers.
So I'm not sure these two have ever been further apart than about a second. It's looked like this for a long time now. Most of the laps led have been to the 48.
Yeah, I think Martineau just had a pair of them getting by earlier in the race for a couple laps. And that wicked consistency continuing. Last time by, Myers puts in his personal best with Martineau just 0.2 off his. And this time, they're both about 0.3 off their personal. Oh, correction. That's Myers 0.3 off and Martineau less than a tenth. So just showcasing that wicked consistency, the two of them. And padding the gap back to third place, now up to 25 seconds. Kind of got 3 distinct little races going on. First and second, third and fourth, and then fifth and sixth is looking like it might be a bit of a race here in a few seconds. Legitimate Racing still tracking down Spinny Boys Green, looking to make up some ground after their spin earlier in the race. Still about 8-9 seconds between them.
Had another lap 15 recently where they lost a bit of time at Legitimate Racing. Yeah, and that's separate to the 2 incidents that we'd already seen.
See if we can get a look at them. Watching Legitimate Racing come up the hill. And we've been informed that there's some sort of incident here. We'll have to see.
Lap 4 is when they spun. Lap 10 is when they went off at the hurry downs, and then lap 15.
We're seeing it here. A little bobble, but that wasn't it.
What's that? They lost 6 or 7 seconds on this lap somewhere.
Gotta say, that car, looking loose compared to the other ones out on track right now. Might have been a little bit aggressive setting the balance.
To the bend, it looped around in the middle there in an odd kind of fashion.
There's a infamous set of photos of a certain Honda Accord from Canada tearing up the grass in the bend. So I know that's an easy place to overshoot and lose the racetrack. Don't think the splitter ever really recovered from that one. Anyways, back to the present day. We've got still just a car length separating Martineau and Myers. And the battle for third and fourth is getting close to, down to nearly a car length itself. Since getting to the rear bumper of Martin, Agostino just hasn't really been able to regain the pace, the 2:29.9 that he ran about 5 laps ago now. That would have allowed him to maybe make quicker work. But Martin's found a little bit of pace too in the defense. Sometimes easier to lock in. A little dummy there from Agostino, making sure that Martin is seeing him in the mirrors. They keep it clean through the left-hander, turning right into the hurry downs. And the gap grows a little bit this time. Martin making better work through the infield than Agostino.
Can tell something of the balance of the car by how much steering angle it takes from turn into the apex and how much steering angle it takes from apex to exit. Sometimes it takes a bit of steering to get the car into the corner. Then you get back to throttle and it doesn't take much steering at all to keep the car turning.
Yeah, especially in those Porsches. They love to have that nose-heavy aero balance and kind of, get chased around by the rear end.
Maybe this is it. This is certainly closer.
Couple
The
extra
third
mile
and
an hour.
fourth positions. Slowered expectations just ahead of Spinny Boys Gold, who pull out to the inside, heading down towards turn 1. Have their nose in front now, breaking into turn number 1. Look to slot ahead into the third position.
Lee Martin didn't look to fight that one too hard, lifting and coasting on the way into turn number 1, making room for Tyler, deciding that at this phase of the race, he'd rather just be a follower.
With podiums in previous events, they're one of the best placed cars. Spinny Boys Gold currently could be headed to a championship.
Yeah, championship. And of course, the championship prize, the same as the race win. So the Myers boys, or the Spinny boys rather, adding to their war chest potentially. Haven't had a race win yet this season, but a second place finish at Watkins Glen.
We've got Aaron Myers defending the race lead again into Canada Corner. So that battle between first and second, it never goes away. Sometimes it runs a little less hot. It never fully switches off.
Getting close up the hill. Doesn't quite get the run through the final corner again, though.
Definitely doing good off the bend, which is making the leader defend into Canada Corner more than they're doing into turn 1 or have been doing into turn 5.
As we've looked away from third and fourth place, Agostino has poured on the coal, pulling out a second, almost a second and a half gap now already. Well, just about a second. And Martineau just comfortable keeping Myers honest. It's a little demanding when you gotta just make sure that you're really on your marks that extra little bit with someone right behind you like this. Not a lot of margin for error.
So this is where Cameron Martineau seems to be doing it just a little better. I'm not sure I see where the difference is. He certainly gets the throttle off of that corner and is only a car length back.
Yeah, it just seems to get a little braver on the inside of the right-hander out of the bend. On the other hand, it seemed like Myers has had the better line through Canada Corner. Hasn't allowed Martineau to get close enough for an overlap just yet.
Well, if your calculator's better than mine, you can tell me what kind of average speed we're doing here, but it feels pretty quick.
I'll have to do some advanced calculations to figure that one out.
Perhaps there's just no way to know. It's like...
And not for us commentary types, you know?
And you check your balance and then you check it again like a week later and you're like, where exactly did all of that money go? There's simply no way to find out. You reach into your cooler, you thought there was 6 beers left, there's only 4 in there. Where did that other 2 go? Impossible to know.
It's an endurance racing experience if I ever heard one. At least if you're spectating.
Some things will just always be a bit of a mystery. So just a little bit of the gap beginning to form between 3rd and 4th. Lee Martin hasn't been able to go with Tyler Agostino's pace since he made the move to go to 3rd position.
Yeah, he initially kind of pulled away and opened up that gap, but hasn't stretched it as much over the last lap. Lee Martin is not holding back, though. That was every bit of curb and then a bit more. You're not running the kink out there today, but you can definitely get yourself in trouble on the exit of the carousel if you run a little wide. I saw a couple of people doing that in the warm-up. And the battle for 5th place is still a ways off, but that gap is down from 9 seconds to 6 at this point. So legitimate racing, overcoming some consistency issues to close down the gap on Alex Harrison and the Spinny Boys Green car.
Racetrack is as cool as it's ever been, and the lap times are as hot as they've ever been for 1st and 2nd. 231.8 for both of them last lap.
Next thing iRacing needs to add to the sim is just the leaves turning when you have a really cold session like this. Get some dead grass and some yellow leaves around here for this time of year.
Got it. Overcast. Track is 71 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale.
Martineau working hard through the carousel that time. Doing the bend a little better, I'd say.
Myers lost the rear in the change of direction from left to right, so it's less than a car length between them. Coming off of the bend there, immediately Aaron Myers goes across to the right-hand side of the road. So that's not an option for Cameron Martineau, the left-hand side. The outside is the only place he can put his nose.
Two guys right on the limits. Martineau can't make it stick. Hard to make a pass without a big pace differential, and Martineau's really struggling to find it. It's been impressive defense. Myers from Texas, but he's driving like he's the Chicago Bears defense.
He knows how to hold them.
Yeah, that's what that's from.
But you also need to know when to fold them.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Two fast drivers in the cars and two fast drivers to come in these two. So Zach Doran came out in the last round and raced with Martineau and put in some really quality laps, and then Lincoln Fox waiting in the pit lane for that Sargento BMW powered by Johnsonville Brat's car. And I've heard, Haynes, that this team is not only family owned, it's liquid gold.
Yeah, they're committed to cheesy, melty, velvety, liquid gold, meaty beef sausages, hot dogs, and brats.
That's SEO if I ever heard it.
Yeah. And mild indigestion. I don't know what that is because I've never had it.
You only go for major?
I was born a freak with a top 1% digestive tract.
Slower expectation car, Lee Martin tracking down the third place car of Speedy Boys Gold a little bit here. That gap that was a second, almost about down to 0.4 or a half second, depending on where we are in the lap. That's a good run there.
Leader's heading for pit lane.
Ooh.
So Cameron Martineau stays out. Aaron Myers is in.
So that's where all that fuel that Martineau was saving went. Interesting to see.
45 miles an hour down the pit lane in search of his crew. He's going to find right at the end. Cameron Martineau leads.
Wonder if we're seeing Lee Martin hit the lane as well. Wonder if we're seeing some teams showing their hand on their strategy. Lincoln Fox getting in the car now. Aaron Myers getting out. So maybe these teams are planning to do their second driver swap a little bit closer to the 2-hour exactly mark so that their teammates can come back in.
Some of them might just go driver swap every stop here. We'll see what Slow Expectations are going to do. As Legitimate Racing also come in. So you've got half of your field on pit lane at the moment. I'm not seeing a change from Lee Martin at Slow Expectations.
Yeah, no driver change there.
Lincoln Fox. Don't even need the pit lane limiter on the way out there. I don't think that was getting from a standstill to 45 miles an hour quicker than you get past the green cone.
Yeah, sometimes nice to have that pit lane speed limiter on though, because it disables the traction control in some cars. Legitimate Racing doing a driver swap in the pit lane. Ryan Carwile getting in. Lee Martin rumbles away down the pit lane.
There's somewhere the pit lane limiter also kind of works as a rev limiter. So first gear it might keep you to 5,000 RPM or something, but you want to rev it higher than that to get away from the box. Still not pitting. ST Racing Esports Cameron Martineau, so he'll continue around in the lead. My understanding of the tires on these cars is they start cold and they take a little bit, but then they keep on giving. So the overcut could be a serious possibility from the tire strategy wise.
Is interesting to note. It looks like we've got some new tires on some of these cars. I think Fox and Martin both with fresh tires. Agostino hits the lane in the Spinny Boys Gold car.
When Legitimate Racing hit the lane, I think they may have been speeding. We'll look at a replay.
No.
So this has been more than a minute and a half stops for Legitimate Racing.
Yeah, almost exactly 30 seconds longer than some of the other stops we saw. So got to think that that's a speeding penalty.
There's a black flag on them. I can't tell you from where exactly.
Hard to say. Spinny Boys Gold, though, hits the lane this time and puts Austin Tucker in the car. Agostino getting out. So seeing the split in strategy. And I do wonder, the Martineaus of the world, the cars that are pushing a little longer, are getting the full advantage of the low fuel and potentially of the warm tires for a little bit longer than the other teams. Got to wonder how much of a factor that'll be when they merge back onto the track together.
Note, it was a 57-second stop from the Sargento BMW. So we'll see if that was a slightly early stop, and maybe a full fill would be longer than that for ST Racing Esports. We will find out. It's just them and Spinny Boys Green that haven't made their first stop of the race yet.
Martineau hits the lane.
Yep.
The klaxons blare, and you can barely see the roof of that gigantic BMW as it comes up the hill for its pit stop. Looking like a regional race out there today.
60 pit stalls.
Mm-hmm. And I think Martineau was running it right out of fuel.
As pole sitter, they have the pit stall all the way right at the exit there, so even closer to the exit than this car, which was second place. Driver change goes on. Martineau out, Duran in.
Yeah, Duran hopping in the car, and that car is up on the jacks. Looks like they'll be taking a fresh set as well.
As we look at their main rivals, ST Racing Esports still stops at 40 seconds now. So it will be relatively close, I think.
Spinny Boys Green, Alex Harrison on the lane now. He's run it all the way to the end of the fuel window.
57 was the number from Sargento BMW. 57 seconds has been passed now by ST Racing Esports. Their stop indeed taking them 59.6 seconds. So they've run long and they've filled up, but this is that tyre overcut. They'll come back on the race track after a longer pit stop, still ahead.
Yeah, the warm tire is making a difference. Lincoln Fox will have a little window here where he can get right up on the rear bumper of Zach and put some pressure. We'll see if this looks the same as it did during the first stint with Meyer, or with the ST Racing car behind, or if Sargento is going to take their turn in second place here with Fox behind the wheel.
And the driver change over at Spinny Boys Green is Ron Wolf in to replace Alex Harrison.
You got to think that the white car of Sargento Lincoln Fox going to have the advantage at its best in the middle part of the lap here in the infield, until those tires on the car ahead get warmed up. Little slide there from Fox on command.
They are not warm yet either from Duran. Through the hurry down, struggled. And the thing with the size of these tires as racing slicks, when they're not heated up yet, they're very bouncy. I don't know how quite to describe the behavior that you sometimes get from these cold tires, but you hit the curb and you land and it doesn't grip and settle. It sort of keeps bouncing, and before they've got the pressure, they're a bit
a little mushy, a little low pressure in these things. Dragging a little dirt onto the track there.
So the shortest stop was lowered expectations, 56.6 seconds, and the longest stop was legitimate racing with the penalty of minute 38, but the longest other stop was ST Racing Esports. So they definitely ran it long and ran it right to empty in the 4:38.
If you're Fox here in the Sargento car, you gotta be thinking it's now or never. Gains little ground through the first turn.
You know anyone else who made a habit of running their BMW with the low fuel light on all the time?
No, who's that?
I don't know, and there's no way to know or find out.
The Spinny Boys Gold car through all of that, looking pretty peachy. Has lost their main competition, slower to expectations. Opened up a little bit of a gap, 2.5 seconds after the pit stop now, separating Austin Tucker and Lee Martin. Austin Tucker fresh in the car from Tyler Agostino. That golden green livery is growing on me. It looks good around here on the background of all the grass and the cheese.
Particularly from the rear angle here, where you've got the sort of yellow, gold, and cream. It looks like when you don't beat the eggs particularly thoroughly for scrambled eggs.
Yeah, it's just about that color. That's what they're going for, I bet.
So these driver changes definitely give an opportunity to reshape the form of the race. Some teams may have started with the driver who was a little quicker. Some might be going to them now, and perhaps even before the start of the race, you don't know who's going to be the quicker of your drivers. Could have been relatively equal when you were practicing and in previous events, but just on the day, one of them finds a little more form than the other. But it doesn't look like anything's changed really for first and second, even though they've both just made their pit stops and we've had a complete driver lineup refresh.
Yeah, in the start of the second hour now. If we were just going purely off iRating, you'd say you'd expect these two drivers to be a little slower than their slightly higher iRating teammates, but depends how much Mazda Cup you're running, that iRating. How much you're farming from beginners.
In the mines, hauling out carts and carts of iRating.
Yep. Slow, a little bit slower at this point. I think we'll see as the tires come in to get a little warmer, but a 2:23.6 for the leader, 2:23.7 for second. So a few tenths off the pace we were seeing from their teammates.
Everyone's a little off their PBs at the moment, as they've loaded up on fuel again and gone to a new set of tires. So it's the same third place, fourth place, fifth place, all of them. You look at the gap between the pace they're currently running and what their fastest laps of the race were, and there's a little bit of performance to get back. It suggests from a cool track and these relatively hard tires that the 200 pounds-ish of fuel has a bigger effect than the tire age, and the tires are more likely to be cold and unheated than they are to be greasy, slick, and overheated on a day like today.
Will be an interesting strategic decision to see if any of the teams decide to double stint their tires on the last stop. Won't have anyone to compare themselves to. All the teams taking fresh set of tires.
Perhaps it did need to be a relatively short final run somewhere. So you don't want to go that way with the tyres. There we are, getting just a little bit closer for the race lead, and it's shoes on the other foot stuff for Spinny Boys Gold and Slowered Expectations since their driver change at Spinny Boys Gold. Lee Martin's definitely the warmed up driver.
Ooh, things are getting spicy back at the front again. Lincoln Fox taking a bit of a dive at the bottom of the hurry downs. Headed now towards the carousel. Had to lose a little bit of ground after that attempt. Little first taste of the battle between these two. Finding some of that pace pretty quickly. 223.2 and 223.4 last time by for these two.
Different line through the bend from these new drivers. Both of them got in a little bit hotter and then were not as well placed for the change of direction. So even when they were really pushing each other, Cameron, Martineau, they were still trying to optimize the line.
Mm-hmm. And both of them just a tenth or a couple tenths off their teammates' bests in pretty much every sector right now, as you'd expect. Full fuel, fresh tires, they're warming up. I think we saw it take probably 6-7 laps before the tires were really in the window in the last stint. We'll see. Foxes seem to have a little bit more through the infield, but we'll check back in on third place right now. This is the battle between Tucker and Lee Martin. Tucker taking nearly a second out of, or having a second taken out of him by Martin last time by. This time by only 2 tenths.
That's just a little wide for both of them off the backside of turn 5 there.
Yeah, I think that's the on-purpose kind of wide through there.
I think on purpose wide, you get a little bit of the black rumble strip, but you don't get quite as much of the grass.
Back on with the leaders now. Lincoln Fox staying glued to Zach Durant. Wonder if the Sargento boys are thinking a little bit about their stint lengths here. Maybe wanting to save some fuel. A little loose there for Durant. That's going to cost him. Fox getting the run. Backs out of it. Doesn't want to overlap at this point. Ooh, gotta think this might get spicy though, heading down towards turn number 5.
Yeah, I think so. We saw the running the stint long in the overcut was pretty powerful for ST Racing Esports, but here comes Lincoln Fox looking for the race lead at turn 5. And going through, I thought Zach Duran had a little bit more space to work with around the outside, but has dropped back into second.
Yeah, no need for a really close one at this point, especially if you're thinking you still got some of the pace. 22.8 last time by for Fox, continuing to find just a little more pace each lap than Duran, and going fast on the 7th lap as predicted on this fresh set of tires. Duran still on lap 5 with his. Both of them preferring that tighter line, like you were saying, grabbing a little more of the entry grass on the right or on the left hand or in the bend.
Maybe it changes as the tires wear a little bit as well. What's the optimal way to do it?
Duran getting a little run this time, but still going to be too far back to make a move at turn 1. Overtake slowing both drivers down last lap.
Yeah, neither of them quite knew who was going to give way to who at turn 5. So like I said, Fox was on a very shallow line on the inside, but Duran didn't go for any kind of switch back, and also just kind of waited to see which way Fox was going, and both of them sort of worked it out that way.
Mm-hmm. Two of them staying close, third and fourth staying close. Lee Martin gradually chipping away, a little bit at a time, a couple tenths here, a couple tenths there, sort of thing. Only half a tenth last time by. But when you're within this kind of 1 second, 8 tenths range, you're just starting to get a sniff of a little bit of draft from the car ahead. Porsche's punching a smaller hole.
And if you want to stay close with those who matter to you, remember to serve them Sargento cheese.
With a side of Corvettes. Oh no, we just skipped away from the Corvette.
We're going to have a look at where Zach Duran lost a chunk of time. Whoa. See, that's only cost a second or so, but it's probably at the same time taken a couple of months off Zach Duran's life.
Yeah, that's the exit of the carousel biting, and it'll do that if you don't respect it, if you run wide over that curb. And you know what? Honestly, he didn't even touch too much of the curb. The car just kind of started switching ends on him on the exit. So, first bit of separation we've seen between the top two in this race. We'll see if Duran has another gear to push and find his way back up to Lincoln Fox's rear end. But the front battle has switched from within a car's length to a stopwatch battle. In the meantime, third and fourth has gone from stopwatches to nearly racing at the same time.
Lee Martin using more of the road, Austin Tucker sort of moving his line back to the middle of the road, just checking. Is the guy behind trying to pick up my slipstream? And the answer is yes. It's very strong here at Road America.
Yeah, I would say so. Just making sure Martin's not getting lost on the steering wheel while they're driving down the straight, Give the guy behind a little bit less time to rest.
Just check he's awake. Yep.
It's about 8/10 between these two as they come down to turn 5 this time. Interesting to notice how both these cars stay on the left side of the curbing. Both the leaders sticking to the right side of the curbing through 5.
Can use a lot of road to open up the entry to 5. It's surprising.
Mm-hmm. Imbued with that American boys have at it kind of theory of track limits.
Well, it's not for everyone or every car because it is bumpy.
Mm-hmm. Back on with our leaders, Lincoln Fox, holding down about a 3-second gap after all was said and done from Duran. Duran struggling to make ground back. Going to lose another couple tenths on this lap. Got to wonder how much was Duran benefiting from the tow. Ooh, wow, yeah, has a rough lap, loses nearly 7/10 this time at the line. Got to get your head back in the game after a little incident like that. Short memory, lots of focus.
There's that use of the curb in 5 you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Seems to make a big difference on the stopwatch. Stopwatch. Speaking of, Lee Martin closing things down on Austin Tucker a little bit. Through turn 1 and turn 2. And Martin was having to weave a little bit to follow Tucker again down the front straight. And sticking to the left, they get that different entry line on the way in. Seeing a healthy respect for the Porsche here can be a car that gets away from you if you're not paying attention, if you're not right on it.
Every car has a different sort of what amount of slip is unrecoverable, and there's a few Porsches that kind of have the reputation of once they get away from you, they're fully away from you. So I have spun out the Porsche Cup car a couple of times where it doesn't even give you a loss of control incident points because it's such a slow, lazy spin that you just can't save. So it doesn't even go past 15 or 20 degrees of slide, and you can't bring it back. It keeps turning on you.
I'm sure there's some motor car company out there working on this, but I need me some AI ABS. Come on, just only give me ABS, or sorry, not ABS, traction control when I want it, not when I don't.
you're hoping to maybe link it to the driver's heart rate.
There you go. That's the kind of data we're talking about.
Using advanced proprietary biometrics to dynamically adjust car settings powered by AI. Please invest billions of dollars now. Did I buzzword it enough?
Yeah, almost. Maybe they'll get like
We're disrupting the traction control sector.
There you go. That's the stuff. Get someone to go to F1 with like a sensor that just reads the eyes getting the pupils dilating when the green light comes on. That releases the clutch there. Producers suggested that the dilation of another muscle might be a reason to activate the transmission. Yeah, we'll save you from his vulgarity. Getting close again for third place, down to a half second between Lee Martin and Austin Tucker. Not Scott Tucker, that's a different guy.
He spent a lot more money to race here than these guys are.
Yeah, I heard he's got the lap record in a D Sports race, though.
The official one.
Yeah.
I think his test drive was quite a bit quicker for an unofficial record.
That doesn't, right on the rear bumper now. Doesn't quite get the same exit. A little sharper turn in from Lee. Pretty similar outcomes, though. It's actually been remarkable how well they've been holding at exactly 0.47 seconds apart. Better run that time from Lee on the exit to 3. 2/10.
Austin Tucker had a bit of slip coming out of turn 3, and it just hurt his run down towards 5 a little bit. It's gotten Lee Martin to as close as he is now.
Martin uses that little triangle of concrete expertly on the exit. Ooh, a little too much grass on the right-hander, though. That'll cost him. They're making a race of it, these two.
Ran around the carousel we go. 38th time for these drivers.
Only the 11th for Tucker. He's still fresh.
Yes, indeed.
Do you have to wonder, though, when we've got a relatively small grid like this, there's a little bit less on track to keep you just jazzed up, keep that extra bit of adrenaline. Becomes a bit of a test of your sort of meditative focus. How far in the zone can you get? We saw what losing your focus for a second does to the leaders. These two holding on tight. Probably both wishing they had one click less of rear wing, I'd say.
don't know what they've got.
I always wish you had another mile an hour or two on the front straight, you know?
The wing setting is 1 to 5.
I'm going to bet they're both on 1. That's my prediction.
Sort of like the chili scale on a menu. Is this 1 chili, 2 chili, or 3 chili spicy?
Ooh, that was a spicy exit there from Tucker. He's lost some time. Momentum to Lee Martin. Right on the rear bumper.
There's just a little bit of camber in that left-hander, and I think Austin Tucker didn't get it, so he was just a little bit understeery and wide through the rest. Lee Martin also looked like he was pretty pointy through the carousel.
Right on the rear bumper is Lee. Showing that he's going left. And stays on the left. Doesn't make a move this time. While we stay on this battle, the gap at the lead continues to grow. 3.5 seconds now between them. We'll stay here though, where the hottest action is. Stomped on the throttle, did Lee there.
Yeah, it's all pretty tidy this lap around. So that keeps a couple more car lengths between them heading down towards turn 5. Oh, but that is definitely too wide.
Oh.
Absolutely, that's too wide from Austin Tucker. Lee Martin close him in on the way up the hill, but not get it done. Now they're back to as they were before, and Austin Tucker manages to survive that one for now. Round and round the carousel. And then you've got to fight your usual Road America instincts and instead point the car across the road to a big braking zone. Lee Martin going well off the bend with a chance to overtake at Canada corner. Didn't use any of the slipstream on the way down the straight here, and he's ended up just a tiny bit too far back to do anything this time.
It's tough. It's a tough little section of track to manage there.
Up the hill we go, completing 40 laps. First and second, a couple sectors up the road. From this, the battle unfolding for third position.
Oh, and they're close together again. Lee Martin gets it a little wrong into 5 that time. Under braking. He just doesn't get it slowed down. Car won't turn in for him.
His turn to run it too deep at turn 5.
Got to alternate in the spirit of fairness, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, your battery won't last 4 hours. Formula V cars don't have an alternator typically, but iRacing doesn't seem to model them running flat if you do more than a 20-minute race.
Yeah, you gotta...
Not sure anyone's crying out for iRacing to make that adjustment and make it a more annoying car to use, but...
Hey, they're fine little things to tinker with. Just pull off the valve covers every morning and, you know, work on them a little bit. Lash the valves, get them warmed up. Not so bad to have them plugged in.
I think that's sealed on the Queensland Championship. I don't think you can do that.
Up here, it's needful. You need to do that with how cold it is in the morning sometimes, otherwise the motor won't run right.
Tyler Agostino from Spinny Boys, hello.
Hey, folks.
How's it been at Road America today?
I've been enjoying it so far. Had a little bit more car-to-car action than I was expecting, given the size of the field. It's been some really good racing. Love to see third and fourth rather close to each other, first and second close to each other. Track was starting to click for me towards the end of the stint, so I was really enjoying it. It was a pretty good combo.
And then we get to that first wave of pit stops, and it just sort of changes up a little bit of the complexion.
Yeah, I mean, the drive time limits are always a consideration here, so it's helpful to have 3 teammates and kind of rotate through things. We were just actually talking what our driver order is going to kind of be through the end of this, see how we can maximize every opportunity we get. But, that's why I love these endurance races, is that the pit strategy becomes a real factor. It's not just push as hard as you can, but really drive smart, and brings out a different kind of competition than a lot of the official stuff.
And not just rotating through the drivers. The previous time at Watkins Glen, you were in the BMW, but now this is a Porsche for Spinny Boys Gold.
Yeah, it's all about adapting, I would say out of the GT4 lineup, I'm most comfortable in the Mercedes, so it's always just kind of adapting to the car, adapting to the track, and just being flexible.
You figured going from the big heavy front engine car to the to the mid engine car was a good change?
I mean, honestly, like I said, neither of these are particularly in my comfort zone. I ended up filling out just the roster here on the gold card, just based on availability and who had purchased the car to begin with. So that was a big factor in it. But personally, I really don't enjoy the BMW as much. I think it handles a little differently from the other GT4 cars. I like how kind of pointy the Porsche ends up being. We didn't end up getting rain here, but the Porsche wouldn't have done so well for me in the rain. So that ended up being a bit lucky. But I don't know. It's just, like I said, just about being adaptable. And I race with a group of guys that really... we enjoy doing all kinds of new stuff, doing odd layouts of tracks that don't get run too often, doing cars that don't get run too often on those tracks. I think overall that just makes you a better driver, more well-rounded. So I always enjoy taking those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Running the alternative layout here today at Road America. The bend's the best corner on the track, right?
It's grown on me. I was doing some practice last night and I was very angry with it. I just couldn't kind of get the sequence right. Austin, who's in the car right now, said that as he's going around now, he was having trouble replicating what he was doing in practice. But, as far as alternate layouts go, it's not that bad. It's not too out there. And I think it adds a little bit of strategy to the race too, because it makes you take the long right-hander, the carousel, a little bit differently. It makes you take the right-hander after the bend a little bit differently. It's more than just the one corner. It really kind of changes up the flow of the track.
Yeah, noticed it was having a big impact on some of the lines we were seeing people run.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks are just taking it a little tighter through the carousel because you're not trying to so much optimize for exit speed in the same way as if there's a nice long straightaway there. You're really just trying to get over to the right side of the road. You got a quick snap over to the other side before you enter not a super heavy braking zone. It's more of kind of a trail in through that first left-hander into the bend. But like I said, it's something you got to consider and just got to be thinking a couple corners down the road.
Noticed that you got pretty close on the exit of the carousel a couple times, felt like.
Hey, I had a 0x though. it was Austin that gave us our first off track. Yeah, I don't know.
I was going to ask.
I guess.
I didn't see when it ticked over, but I noticed you guys were at one now.
Yeah, that's always a competition within our team is, who can get the fastest lap at the end of the session, and then who also gives us our first incident point.
Who's the most shameful, for sure.
Yes, exactly. Name and shame.
Yeah. Well, that's something like a good one for you guys.
Yeah, I think if we can keep this position, Austin's doing really well to hold off Lee. Lee is very fast. I think our cars are set up a little bit differently, so as the stint goes on, kind of we hit our groove at a different time that he hits his groove, but we got the position now that gives us a little bit more control over the situation, and hopefully we can carry that on to the end.
You already counting your potential winnings today?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm just here to have fun,
Well, it's been a good start to the race. You got two more pit stops potentially. Thinking about something like that?
Yeah, we got 2 more stops, it looks like. The last one's probably going to be a bit shorter. A couple of cars are going longer, shorter by a lap or so here and there, but it doesn't look like it's going to make a huge difference for us at least. So we'll throw our third driver in at the next stint here, and then it sounds like I might be getting back in the car for the last bit. But yeah, just kind of play it by ear. The cautions, if they come, they can always kind of throw a monkey wrench in whatever you have planned. So just got to be adaptable and flexible.
No, I'm forgetting. Do the Spinny Boys race a car in the Real World Series?
We do not. We are actually kind of organized through a Wednesday night league called the Beer League. You see a couple of stickers on that from us. So we recruit through that. There's a handful of guys within the Beer League that do some real life racing, but we don't have a proper team component to us in the real world.
So if you guys win this one, you're going to be shopping the rental market. Is that what I'm hearing?
Something like that, I don't know. We've got so many guys that get in this car, so it kind of spreads out a long ways between all of us. But like you said, we're not going to count our chickens before they hatch. We're just here to have fun, and if good things come to us, we'll worry about that when that happens.
Best of luck with the rest of the race, and hopefully you and your teammates keep it clean.
Thank you both. Appreciate the broadcast.
Cheers to you. And while we've been talking, it looks like Lee Martin's getting a little bit closer to Austin Tucker again.
Yeah, and I went and dug up one of my old GT4 balance of performance sheets. It's got the BMW at 1,465 kilograms, the Porsche at 1,400 kilograms. Got the minimum ride height. No, that's higher for the BMW too.
Yeah, definitely not seeing the same pace out of the Porsches, but I don't know if that's just down to setup and drivers as much as it is an actual difference in pace. Noticing a difference in pace between the leading 2 BMWs while we've been on this battle. Lincoln Fox now pulling 5 1/4 seconds out of second place. So slowly pulling away about 2-3 tenths a lap, and that's starting to build up. Only one mistake away though from those cars being right next to each other. And Lincoln Fox looking down the road might be looking at the back end of a Porsche in a little bit here as he catches up to Ryan Carwile and the Legitimate Racing team. You can almost see him in the same camera shot here as Carwile's just jumping out of the top of the frame there at the top of the hill.
The balance of performance sheet also has some interesting notes about different engine maps that could be part of the balance of performance. So they come with different colored USB sticks with different engine maps on them. Silver stick this round, red stick if the ambient air pressure is less than 950 millibar. So I don't know what the air pressure is to know whether it be silver stick or red stick for the BMW.
In my Rotax days, we would just use the app and put in a different jet, but I guess you got to do a little bit more here.
Oh, it's 98 kilopascals, so I got to do the unit conversion.
Yeah, I got 29 inches over here, so.
Right. 98 kilopascals is 980 millibars. So that's equal to... Oh, it's red stick. We've got cold, dense air. That's red stick.
Makes sense. Come on, iRacing. Where's my USB simulator? I want to plug that in.
Sure, we can get the air pressure, but you look at the numbers, it's overcast and it's cool air temperatures, so it's going to be, and also we're not high above sea level. So
Haynes, I'm looking around the cockpit here. I'm not seeing the USB stick. Fake news.
I don't.
I'm sure it's down in the footwell.
I don't think it stays in the car as much as it's the one you plug in and flash with.
Makes sense. Did notice that the seat heater and the air conditioning buttons do appear to be illuminated in that car on the center console. So,
oh, that's nice.
A little bit of comfort there for Lee Martin as he pushes on, keeping the pressure on Austin Tucker.
And the ABS dial appears to be set to yes, please.
Yes.
But it's not set to heart rate monitoring.
Yeah, clouds look a little ominous from the driver's eye, but no rain on the forecast today. Just cool weather.
Turbo cars without adaptable P-boost need to add 15 kilograms per 20 millibar ambient pressure delta under 1010 millibar.
Sounds like rules written by engineers for engineers, if you ask me.
Yeah. Maximum static rear camber, negative 3.5 degrees. Minimum starting pressure 1.3 bar on the grid or in pit lane for qualifying. GT4 cars are only eligible if presented with GT4 homologation file and SRO GT4 certificate.
Got to keep your certificate around, man.
Yeah, I mean, you're rolling around with apparently lots of USB sticks and certificates, and constantly measuring the air pressure.
I never knew how hyper-focused I'd be on where my logbook is at all times when I go to the track on the weekend, but gotta keep track of that thing too. A little loose there under braking from Tucker that time. Lee Martin continuing the trend of getting right up on the rear bumper through the infield and then struggling a little bit through the rest of the lap to keep the gap down. Tucker hanging out a little wider and righter to try and deprive Lee of some draft. And despite a clean line, Lee loses a little bit through there. Oh, and has a really big moment just off camera. Gets wide going up the hill, jumps the curb. Keeps it on track though.
Bill Mitchell bend, the fast uphill left-hander, is the penultimate corner. I think it's named after the guy from General Motors. Designed the Corvette, amongst other things. Nothing else quite as important as the Corvette, to be honest. I'm not sure everyone is quite as keen at collecting 1977 Cadillac Sedan DeVilles or 1963 Buick Rivieras. Corvette Stingray subtly more iconic.
Subtly. I'd say that's pretty significant.
Course, named after the Stingray before we knew what monsters they are and what they did to Steve Irwin.
True. Wonder if it's got to be a movement in Australia to debadge those cars. You got to think, right?
Shake my fist.
The inside of Canada corner getting a little chewed up. Both drivers using plenty of it that time through.
And you have legitimate racing not too far from going a lap down to the Sargento BMW race leader.
Yeah, they're just up under the Corvette bridge with Lincoln Fox right behind.
There's that gap.
And we'll see, first potential lapping of the race. Hope for both sides goes smoothly. Got to have your head on a swivel though. Pretty mild difference in speed between the two. 222.3 last time by for Lincoln and 223.3 for Ryan. So definitely a gap, but not maybe not enough for a super easy overtake.
Legitimate Racing weren't lacking outright pace when they were contending for that third position, but there were 3 laps where they lost a bit of time. They lost a fair bit of time in the pit lane, and all of it's added up now to almost being a lap down.
Don't want to put it all on Sean, but I think it was during that first stint. Ryan's been a little cleaner, maintaining that consistency. If you're Lincoln, you're hoping that Ryan stays out front. It gives you a nice tow. We'll see. Closing things down through turn number 1. A little lift and coast from Lincoln there, making sure got room to get on the throttle at the exit. Other risk factor here, if you're Lincoln, is that Ryan is potentially pushing pretty hard to stay ahead. So gets by though, and I think Ryan given a little bit of room, maybe a bit of break to Lincoln. Nicely executed. If you're Zach Duran, you were hoping it wouldn't go that smoothly, but there's plenty of places around here to make a safe overtake like that. Oh, and Lee Martin has hit the lane in the Slowered Expectations car this time by. I think that's a little earlier than expected.
Depends how if you listened to the driver's briefing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unexpected to anyone who listened to that.
I wasn't, I figured he'd push a little closer to the 2 hours remaining.
So Aaron Reed takes over for Lee Martin in the Slowered Expectations Porsche. We know that these pit stops, they take the whole part of the minute. Big fuel tanks that don't fill particularly quickly, which is fine. But we've seen that there's not much of a tyre undercut to be had and quite a bit of an overcut to be had from running longer. So that is probably good news for Spinny Boys Gold if they run a few laps longer here and they can be pretty quick. It's almost done, and done in 53 seconds for Slowered Expectations. Aaron Reed back out on track, and he's just in front of the outright race leader and Legitimate Racing for position, but all of them are going to have to make a stop in not too much longer.
Interestingly, I think Reed's kept the warm tires. Hasn't stopped him from having a little issue there in 3.
Pretty confident they changed the tyres. The tyres change quite quicker than the fuel.
I was looking at it. I didn't see the car go on the jacks, but I might have missed it. And it does look like I've missed it going off the timing screen and not just my own eyeballs. That would explain the issue with cold tires, not quite having the braking force expected. And Lincoln Fox is suddenly right in the middle of some stuff. Slowered Expectations ahead and Ryan Carwile behind. And got to it goes wide.
Ran it off the road there. It didn't stop and it didn't turn.
Yeah, Aaron Reed getting a little caught out by these cold tires. Ooh, that was close. Definition of a faster car wanting to get by as fast as possible. Whew. I'll touch and go there for a moment, but Aaron Reed and Ryan Carwile will continue on. We'll see if Carwile in that Legitimate Racing car has anything for Aaron Reed. Of course, they won't be in contact after the stop, you have to think, but at the moment, this is pretty significant stuff, because if there were to be a yellow flag, there could be some implications. Oh, and again, Reed just cannot get that thing to turn, and he gives up the spot to Carwile.
Technically moves Legitimate Racing to 5th and Slowered Expectations back to 6th. Again, we know that everyone else is going to have to stop, and really Slowered Expectations are kind of battling for the podium. But again, this is you're seeing why the overcut works, because the new tyres do, but the cars could be overcutting them. Ooh. Oh no.
The Spinny Boys have had an issue there. That's Spinny Boys Gold. Gone and stuck it in the wall. Now, luckily, there's only a fuel tank up there in the Porsche. A little bit of body work. It looks like it's survived unscathed, more or less. Just a little wrinkle on the front end.
There's a reason they put those tires there on the inside, not just the tires on the outside.
Yeah, they've seen us coming from a ways off. Maybe put a few extra. If you're going to hit the wall, though, that's the place to hit it. And Austin Tucker decides time for a fast repair, I think. Will be interesting to see if they decide to use it. The right-hand side of that car, a little bumped up. Yeah, 2 fast repairs on the race, so still have another one in your pocket if you use it here. Zach Doran approaching. Aaron Reed in slower expectations now. His turn to try and make his way through some lap traffic. Oh, and Reed runs a little bit wide through the bend. And that's not going to be a good exit. Doran's going to be all over him, coming through the kink now. Will have the outside line in Canada corner. Might be able to clear, and he does before Canada corner. Says to Reed, my corner.
Yeah, down to back within 5.5 seconds of the race lead. Here is the repaired Spinny Boys Gold car, Brooks Clayton. It's going to be the 3rd driver that we see on the day. 26 laps for Tyler Agostino, 25 laps for Austin Tucker. Brooks Clayton comes in now, and so does the whole rest of the field.
Oh, we still got Zach Doran out there.
Sorry. Yes.
But and Aaron Reed continuing on. But yeah, Lincoln Fox and Ryan Carwile hitting the lane. And Doran having to take a wide entry into turn 1, making his way around the outside of Brooks Clayton in that Spinny Boys Gold car. Aaron Reed in the slower expectations. Porsche is going to be right on the rear bumper of Gold as well. And so Reed, despite having those issues on his warm-up laps, is now going to have the tire delta advantage in terms of warm-up. We'll see if Brooks Clayton gets caught out by any of the understeer that we were seeing from some of the other Porsches. Sean Fritz, meanwhile, going back in the car for legitimate racing with Aaron Myers going back in for the Sargento car. This battle continuing here. Clayton looking a lot more... Oh, I jinxed it. Looking more comfortable on the cold tires until he drove it over the curb and made it sketchy.
It's the Sargento BMW. There's legitimate racing.
And they come out right together.
Yeah, they're going to race together off the lane.
Fritz does have a good bit of pace we saw in that early stint. It was just the consistency that got him, so he might be trying to stick to the rear bumper of Myers for as long as he can. Bit of haze in the air through Canada corner as even more dirt gets tossed up. Zach Doran leaning on that BMW through the left-hander. Putting in some killer laps and pointing it towards the pit lane this time by. This will be their second stop. And if you're Doran...
yellow cones, that's where you got to get to 45 miles an hour.
I was going to say, if you're Doran, you're really hoping that the overcut worked this time, because it took a second out of the leader on your trip through the lappers. So if you can do well on your on your in lap and on your out lap, maybe you can get to within 2 or 3. Very aggressive park job. Aaron
Speedy Boys
Myers.
held off the road from turn 1. They got back on behind, having lost to slowered expectations.
They're going to have a battle here going down into 5.
That they are. Brooks Clayton's trying to go back down the inside on Aaron Reed at turn 5, who swaps back, gets really good drive. That is a really patient, calculated move. Slowered expectations back into the 4th, but it's close between these two.
Oh, and this battle carrying on for us.
Stop is done quickly for ST Racing Esports. So I think that must be a tiny bit of a short fuel.
Gotta think so. How much, though, is going to be the question. That's going to put them out with a little bit of fresh air, well clear of Aaron Myers and Legitimate Racing. We are getting to the final 2 hours. There's, who can take the first pit stop first, or the last pit stop first kind of question that starts to enter your mind around here. And if you can obscure your relative positions a little bit, that can be to your advantage. Try and trick the other team into making a mistake on their strategy. Clayton runs it a little bit wide that time.
Certainly sets us up interestingly between first and second, and if ST Racing Esports are going to be net ahead, they've got to keep extending.
Oh no, ST Racing's just gone off. Cold tires have caught him out, and they end up facing the wrong way and rejoin the track. We'll see it here. Just a little too hard on the brakes. Rear end comes around, maybe a little too much rear bias, and Doran's gone and lost a lot of the advantage that they'll have gained from that pit stop.
Yeah, that's what they needed to not do after that shorter pit stop, because now, which is right behind them, Sargento BMW Motorsport powered by Johnsonville.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Now they got Myers in the car still, with Martineau to come back, and Martineau's got plenty of pace, so maybe there'll be something. Maybe if you're feeling really creative in Doran's seat, you see that Sean Fritz car behind, and you wonder if you can back him up and cause a battle or something. And we'll watch now these would be 3rd and 4th place on track. Brooks Clayton coming in behind and just gets turn 1 wrong, and has done that a couple times. Not paved out there in the iRacing scan of Road America is in the real world these days. Good job to keep it off the wall for Brooks.
There's his signature still out there in the gravel of the exit of turn 1.
Yeah. I think if I was going to critique iRacing simulation, one thing they haven't got quite right is how bumpy the dang gravel trap is when you go stuff yourself in it.
So here's a closing gap between 1 and 2 as Spinny Boys Green are the last car to pit from this window.
We're right back to the sort of battle we were seeing at the start of the race between these two. Only now we know one's got a bit of an advantage on fuel and on tires.
It's coming up well for the Sargento BMW. Spinny Boys Green get Evan Campbell in behind the wheel. The third of 3 BMWs today. So time for Campbell's first laps. Oh, that's legitimate racing off in the background. Have been into the wall hard at Bill Mitchell Bend. Yeah, they have a lose part of the way through the corner, and is that a 720 or a 1080? From the driver's seat, you'd be forgiven also for losing count of the rotations. They're not far from the pit entry, but they don't take it, which is a surprise to me. Legitimate racing look to carry on. There will be a little bit of carry on between the race leaders now. Aaron Myers trying to pressure Zach Doran for the race lead. Side by side from turn 3 underneath the Sargento Cheese Bridge. Through turns 3A and 4 somewhere. Don't ask me where, I can't point to them. But to turn 5, the point will be to be ahead. And that's where ST Racing are down the inside in way deep. Locking it up. Shooting past the apex. Aaron Myers looks to get the nose crossed back underneath at the Corvette bridge, but it's just a little bit too far behind. Zach Doran able to defend the race lead. But a phase of the race where things have been coming up well for the number 48. ST Racing have a little bit of a win there as they're able to defend track position. At least just for the moment.
Doran definitely under some pressure, though. We'll still have in the back of his mind that that little incident he had earlier that cost him the 8 seconds or so that they had on track after the stop. Doran's still pushing up the hill.
And I've still got my eye on what legitimate racing are going to do. Doesn't look like a car in a particularly good way.
Yeah, may want to save it if it's driving straight. It's only the nose that's a little wrinkled up. Might be worth a mile an hour. Survey says maybe 3 or 4 mile an hour. If that's the case, that's going to cost you a lot of time. Have to see. Certainly won't be 3 or 4 mile an hour between Zach Doran and Aaron Myers, though, at the front of this thing. Myers right in the wheel tracks. And Myers doing a big fuel save into 5 that time.
Thought he might have looked to have a go, but he didn't.
Yeah, heard a lift from the inside of that car.
Big news, Devon.
Oi?
The air pressure has changed.
Oh boy.
It's now 980 millibar.
For the Yanks out there, I think that's 29 inches still.
Absolutely none of those measures of air pressure actually feel like they mean anything to me.
Well, As long as it's still the same stick, there's no issue for these cars. Watching along now, Sean Fritz as, Aaron Reed as Brooks Clayton gets a little closer again.
Maybe after this, I'll load into a hot session at Interlagos and see if it's noticeably less than a cold day at sea level.
Good line that time for Reed. Gets a nice exit.
What is the highest altitude iRacing circuit? Top of Mount Washington?
Gotta think so.
Only if you count the finish line, not the start line, though.
Wonder if it depends on which track or which configure lane, which measurement you'll get.
Yeah, downhill's higher than uphill.
Gotta find something with a really good sensor package and go take the real-time telemetry off it.
So this is closing in again in a couple of places. Brooks Clayton able to take a bit of time out of Aaron Reed for third.
Yeah, our leader's keeping it tight.
It's looking like it's heading towards a nice sunset. So what does Aaron Myers do at the end of the straight, heading towards turn 1, 0.2 of a second behind the race leader? Carrying a bunch more fuel. They don't look like they feel the need to lead. Or maybe they do. Towards turn 3, having a bit of a look.
Reed and Clayton are getting real close as well.
Is that just a little wide? It
yeah.
Absolutely is from Aaron Reed. Brooks Clayton goes through into third place at the Canada corner.
And with perfect timing, we've got Andy Kosick on the mic. How you feeling about that one, Andy?
Hey, the car's in one piece and we're still going forward. No worries.
That's good. Good perspective to have. Aaron gets it a little bit wrong through Canada corner that time, and the Spinny Boys go through. Been a first half of the race that's been pretty good to you, though, I'd say.
Sure, I'm happy with the results. We have a pretty solid cushion on 5th place, so I think it's just going to come down to who between Brooks and Aaron who makes the least amount of mistakes where we are. Quite honestly, I'm surprised we're racing with we're hanging tough here with Spinny Boys Gold.
Yeah, they got a pretty quick little driver lineup there, but you folks been pretty good so far. What led you to pick the Porsche this time?
Well, I still am not convinced that I know how to make that BMW turn. I like the turn in on this car way better, so that's why we've been sticking with it.
That's funny. We were just hearing from the Gold boys that isn't the case for them in the BMW. I'm getting distracted because Aaron Myers is making a move around the outside of Zach Doran on track. Has to drop back out though. But you two, or your team, has been pretty regular this season. Had some good results as well, I believe.
Yeah, we pulled into Orlando to sub in the last race, so we could have 3, and that was a longer one, so that was a good call. Unfortunately, we weren't able to improve on our 2 positions, but everybody was fortunately able to make it here on a Sunday and see what we can do here. I think we have a shot at 4th, maybe.
I think you guys are in there for 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, depending on how this all comes out.
Yeah, pit strategy will be a factor. You looking to get back in the car today, or get in the car? I guess.
Yes, I will be. I'm taking the last one. I did practice a little bit in the conditions that will be around at the end of the race. So hopefully I'll be able to do okay there.
Reed's been struggling a little bit with the handling of the car. How's it been?
Yeah, he's. This car is kind of a pushy car, and it's tight instead of loose, and that is not his strong suit.
He's a late breaker.
Yeah, we did. He liked the GR86 a lot better, and even the Mustang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shows up to bite a little bit there.
So you just, at this point, it's like I said, it's all about. That's why we're called slower expectations, man. We don't want to get too wrapped up in trying to squeeze those last tenths out and end up in the fence.
Yeah, you got to keep your mind right.
I think this one has a good chance of going green from flag to flag. So it's all going to be about just being consistent and not making mistakes.
Yeah, you got to think so. It's been a pretty. There's been racing, but it's been pretty clean, and the spins that have happened have been pretty soft results.
Yes, this track is kind of forgiving, and when you get right down to it, a lot of the corners are relatively slow speed, and they have good runoff. Plus, these cars are pretty sturdy, so as long as you don't really go bad, you should be able to recover from it.
You done any laps around Road America in the real world?
It's one I have not made in real life yet. It's a long drive. It's one I would have liked to have liked to make, but I just don't see how it's going to fit in here.
I getcha.
I'm not ruling it out, but because I love the track. I was at pit race last weekend.
I was going to say, how did pit go for you?
Well, the car behaved pretty well the first day, but we had some mechanical problems that we were ultimately not able to overcome, and we retired it a little bit early on Sunday. So lots of good learnings, and hopefully we can take it back to the garage and make some improvements, and have a better showing next time we take it out.
And that was with the Mosman team there?
No, that was with 944. It was the Fickovich team. They lived. Scott lives 10 minutes away from me, so I was crew chiefing for them this past weekend.
Nice. Well, hey, that's the name of the game in ChampCar, is just incremental improvement.
Right. Well, and being able to go out and race with whoever's around you, right? I mean, that's also part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that one was pretty well attended. So, we had there was plenty of cars to race with throughout the whole day. It was, and the racing was pretty respectful there. There was one incident, but it wasn't a mechanical failure.
Caught you out?
No, luck. We were at the other end of the track, fortunately. I just felt bad for the guys that they ran into.
Yeah, always bad to be on the receiving end of that sort of shunt.
Yep, that's they worked hard to get the car back to drivable, but they were apparently unable to obtain another set of seatbelts they had to replace after the impact.
Yeah, that'll get you. are you celebrating Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend?
You didn't tell me, man. I didn't know. Well, I'm going to avoid Canada Corner. How about that?
Sounds good. You get yourself some KFC, you call her good.
Okay.
That's basically like a turkey, right?
Sure. I've never had a turkey. I've never had a turkey extra crispy, though. I have to say that.
I'll give you that. Any more racing in the real world for you this fall?
Oh, not in 2024. Nope. We still don't know what the schedule is for next season yet. So I don't have a lot to announce on that front. I mean, for iRacing, obviously, I will be finishing up the ChampCar iRacing series, the 1 hour races.
Yeah, we'll have you out for the sprints. That'll be a good show.
See if I can hold on to my top 10 over there.
As you say, you're having a pretty decent season in the sprint series.
Yeah, overall, I'm pleased with it. I had a couple of unfortunate incidents in the first few races that got me kind of behind, but it's been better since then. That's racing. That's racing.
You say, I think the ND and the GR86 are two good cars for you. How are you feeling about the addition of the Clio this year?
Oh, I like the Clio a lot. I was happy with that car. I'm not a fan of the ND right now in any way, shape, or form. So that's going to be a fun challenge over there on the Nordschleife.
Nordschleife, the best of tracks and the worst of tracks, depending on your day.
Yeah, it's an adventure, but I've done it enough times, though. I know when to turn right and when to turn left.
That is the key. Have you started to memorize the corner names just yet?
No, I don't. No.
Me either, so don't worry about it.
I probably only know maybe 2 places on that track by name.
Well, looks like things have cooled down a little bit between you folks and the Spinny boys here.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see. If Brooks makes any more mistakes, we'll be right back on him. So we'll see if he continues to improve as his thing goes on here. I'll probably be getting in the car with just about an hour to go.
Nice. Did you guys do any setup work on the car leading up to this?
Right or wrong, we used the same setup that we used in the last mock race. It felt pretty good, and so we went with it. We may be giving up some on the straights with a little bit too much downforce, but when we used it at Watkins Glen, we tried lowering the downforce, and you couldn't get off the corners good enough.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I've noticed you guys looking a little less quick down the straights than the other car.
Yeah, but I mean, with the right guy in the car, we were still touching 222, so it's not super slow.
Oh yeah,
just a little bit off.
So you guys aren't running the one wing that I was calling for earlier, then, hey?
No.
What's your favorite corner around Road America here?
Wow, I would say, probably turn 1, because you can carry a lot of speed through there if you do it right.
I've heard from folks who've been around here that it's pretty wicked.
Right. Well, I understand that, but it's a high-speed corner, and that's a lot of what I do at my home track. So I'm used to that.
Makes sense. What do you call home track?
Well, that would be Nelson Ledges. Mid-Ohio is a close second.
Yeah. There's some quick stuff out there at Nelson Ledges, that's for sure.
It is a super fast track. It's really easy on the brakes. And anytime you take a car from there to the next place, you're gonna need more brakes than you use up at Nelson.
Yeah, definitely tests. Yeah, I know when we were bringing the Canada cars down, we were seeing some big speeds and some big compression on her with our underbody setup in our diffuser, making a lot of downforce out there.
Yep, that makes sense.
Well, thanks for coming for a visit in the chat.
All right. Well, thanks for doing the broadcast, guys, and I'll look forward to watching it back and catching you on the sprints for the rest of the year, too.
Cheers. We'll see you, man.
Great guy, but I'll be very surprised if he watches all 4.5 hours of this back.
I will be able to tell from the view counter, Haynes. We'll call him out.
Yes.
While we were chatting, though, it looked like it got a little spicy up at the front.
It's just a little bit of bump draft down the front straight. And now Zach Duran runs just a tiny bit wide there. And Darren Myers stays with him, but has really just been doing some fuel saving back here. They know that when it comes to the final stop, the Sargento BMW is going to be quite a bit quicker through the lane than ST Racing Esports can be. So just keep him in sight and know that you'll get more than 10 seconds on him probably at the final stop. So you've got to look to Aaron Meyer's body language here, a bit wider into the final corner, a bit earlier to power. Tiny snap from the leader. But as they close in, they've been happy to just be their eyes on the race leader. Gain a big roll into turn one for the 48.
Yeah, they've there really seems to be a little more pace in that Sargento car. Just seems to be able to hold close when the opposite wasn't true when they were in the other order before the stop. Consistently seeing Myers get up to the rear bumper and then lift and coast too. Maybe in their head they're conscious of the differential in fuel on these cars, and that they might have a bit of an advantage to stretch at this next pit stop.
We've got one car a lap down, but in not too long it could be two. As you can see, Spinny Boys Green is just up the road from the battle for the race lead. So all the BMWs might get reunited in 2 or 3 laps based on the speed difference. Last lap for Evan Campbell, 2:24.7. Last lap for the leaders, 2:23.0. So 1.7 seconds difference.
Just holding in the wheel tracks there is Myers. It's not the body language of a car that wants to make a move. Might be waiting on what's coming up the road. Evan Campbell and the Spinny Boys Green car, just a half a straightaway ahead of him here. Figure they're probably about halfway through a stint at this point.
Yeah, based on previous stops, the car we'd expect to see first is slow at expectations. Again, we get to this final pit stop and there's a bit of flexibility to the window where could stop in 7 laps time now, I think, and make it, or expect to probably make it from there. So then you take the pit window to be from the earliest point they could stop for their final stop to how far can the car that can make it the furthest go.
That was kind of my wondering with that shortened stop from ST. Were they doing the math to know, hey, this is how much fuel we need to get to the end, and so let's do our shorter stop first and have the longer stop a little earlier, just so we can be the first ones to take the last stop, right?
Yeah, which again, then they lost a bit of that time that they had. Zach Duran went off the road at the bottom of the Hurry Downs. And then we've also seen that tyre-wise, the overcut has been pretty powerful, whereas if you are forced to be the car that stops earlier, you're not overcutting anyone. So, yeah, ST Racing Esports may be one of the first cars that we see. Spinny Boys Green probably going to be the last. There they are, only a couple of car lengths ahead of being lapped, so it'll happen this time around probably. They run just a little wide in turn 1. Flash of the headlights from Zach Duran. Weird flashing headlights on this thing as well. There's like 2 stages to it. It kind of looks like they're having a seizure of some kind or something.
Just trying to say, hey, I'm here. Get out of the way, but also maybe not out of the way of the guy behind me.
Good luck with that.
You'd think that Myers was almost going for an overtake there, but just had to hold the inside, didn't have room. And Duran gains maybe a couple car lengths, but not an appreciable amount. Cleanly executed by Campbell there anyway. Battle for the third step of the podium has cooled. Brooks Clayton staying consistent. 10.5 seconds up the road now from Aaron Reed in the slower at expectations car. Be interesting to see how that goes for their final stops.
And when we heard from Andy Cossack earlier, he's the only driver we haven't seen in this race to this point. Everyone else has appeared, including from the other 3 driver lineup cars.
Zach Doran had a bit of a bad exit from Canada corner. That's put Aaron Myers right back up on the rear bumper as they come around the final corner. Might be a better run here too from Myers. Not sure he wants the spot, but it might be available. Yeah, and with that amount of draft, we're seeing him lift off. Even though I think he could have beat him to the line and led the lap if he wanted to.
Yeah, it's like 90% throttle down the front straight there.
Yeah, a lot of strategy being played right now.
Fastest lap of the race currently standing at a 2:21.8. I wonder if when we do get that stop from ST Racing and Sargento BMW look for the overcut, if they're not in a position, having sort of saved the tyres mostly now, to then really push hard in that overcut when it arrives.
Yeah, that feels a bit like the move right now. Ooh, a little bit wide there.
Yeah, lazy little kind of slide, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like Zach is pushing harder than Aaron at this point. Just the body language of the car.
Brake lights sort of coming on and off as well on the way to the apex at turn 1. It's right on board with Aaron Myers in that second place, making sure he stays very close with the race lead, but also taking the opportunity to save a little bit of fuel, save a little bit of tyre as they approach the window for the final stops of the race. The sun's beginning to set over not just Road America, but the ChampCar iRacing Team Endurance season. The headlights are on first and second place BMWs from ST Racing Esports and Sargento BMW. While very little separates them on track right now, separation in the strategy has Sargento BMW carrying significantly more fuel in this stint, still able to match the pace of ST Racing Esports, with time to be saved in the final pit stop and a much broader set of strategy options available to them as well. They are in the box seat to take this race and the $200 of ChampCar Endurance Series credit that goes with it. But the third place car, the Porsche from Spinny Boys Gold, they're in the box seat to take the season, which also comes with $200 of ChampCar prizes. The race leader runs just a little bit wide, and again it shows Aaron Meyer's determination to sit in second rather than take this race lead. They know what strategy advantage they've got and how much better their final pit stop is going to be. They don't need to lead right now.
Yeah, it's got to be a little demoralizing as Zach right now just can't quite find a spot to break away. Got to think we're getting towards the last third of the stint, I'd say here. Maybe 7-8 more laps, less for Zach, more for Myers.
Don't make me use the calculator.
Estimating. Okay, I'm estimating. Meanwhile, Sean Fritz in the legitimate racing car is a lap down along with the other Spinny Boys car. So we've got two teams a lap down. Both of them dreaming of a safety car to get themselves back in this one, I'd say. Spinny Boys Gold now locking themselves into third place with about a 15-second gap back to Aaron Reed in the Slower Expectations car. Expecting to see a driver change from both of those at the next stop potentially. So we'll have to see if they're able to hold on. But that's the gap we'll be watching for the final spot on the podium.
Okay, ST Racing Esports took 45 seconds of fuel, which was about 3/4 of a tank. 3/4 of a 27-lap stint would be about 20 laps, and that's what we are beginning to approach for race leader ST Racing Esports. And then the predictor has us at 28 more laps in this race. Well, I think it's 27 laps to go when you can pit and say, yes, this will make it to the end.
Yeah. They wouldn't mind a safety car either, I think. Been a very clean race, though, so far, as Aaron Reed puts a tire in the dirt. Tries to ruin the streak. But been neat and tidy from all the drivers so far. Has just seemed like that Sargento car's got a bit of a pace advantage through this phase of the race, though. We'll see if that's still the case with a fresh Cameron Martineau potentially getting back in the car. Hopefully getting back in the car, considering stint lengths and all that.
Yeah, you feel that maybe Lincoln Fox and Zach Duran were pretty equally matched. Aaron Myers and Cameron Martineau were relatively equally matched, but Aaron Myers is maybe just with a slight advantage to Zach Duran in terms of how they've been able to run this race and the pace that they've got and the ease that Myers is kind of doing it at the moment.
Yeah, the draft helps, but the The car does seem to be handling just a little bit better for them right now.
So what they've gone and done for that second place car is just gone and put absolutely every trackside sponsor that you see here at Road America and whacked it onto the factory BMW livery, which, you know, we got Johnsonville and Sargento, that kind of makes sense, but it does go so far as to even putting the Corvette emblem on a BMW, which
You love to see it.
probably sacrilegious and offensive to both fan bases.
Not wrong. Oh, and real close. Two of them right underneath each other's bumpers. Almost looking at a little bit of overlap is Aaron Myers there. Doesn't take the opportunity.
So my rough calculation had this as the in-lap for ST Racing Esports, just a couple of minutes before the top of the hour in this race. And again, the predictor saying 27 more to go.
Myers thinking about a move almost. Has that little bounce over the curb. It looks like you did your math about right.
I can always trust the calculator. Can't always trust the user's inputs, but there we have it from the race lead ST Racing Esports pit. So Duran has got the trundle down the lane to do.
It'd be interesting to see what the stops look like here. Get a sense of just how much the Myers car was benefiting from the draft too.
Predictably, the driver changes back to Cameron Martineau for ST Racing Esports, but now's the window for the Sargento BMW to try to extend an overcut.
Mm-hmm. Do wonder if fresh tires seems to be the way, but I'd be tempted to think about a double stint. Don't know how much they've been dropping off in the car.
Absolutely brimming that tank from empty at SD Racing Esports. It takes them 59 seconds, and they're going to need all of that fuel to get home from here. The lap predictor is at 26, but I think it'll drop one more lap when the race leader pits, because that eats into about a minute and a half.
Another taker on the pit lane. We got Aaron Reed in the Slowered Expectations car, setting off the sirens and trundling down the pit lane. We got a little drama here. Oh, we do.
They've done that already.
Oh, no.
They did that before, didn't they?
Yeah, and that was not the Slowered Expectations
Oh.
red, white, and blue car.
Legitimate racing with far too much adventure underneath this Johnsonville bridge.
Yeah, having the unfortunate kind of adventure there. And we see the Slowered
Misadventure.
Expectations car. Yeah. It's lowered expectations on the jacks and making a driver change. Aaron Reed getting out and Andy Cossack getting in as expected. Bring that most minty breath to the car.
So the lap times are good right now for your race leader. They've had to pick it up to try to affect that overcut on their rivals. So they've gone from doing mid 2-minute 22s to their last lap being a 2:22 flat, only 2/10 away from the fastest lap of the race. Through the hurry downs, that's all of the curb at the apex, all of the curb at the exit, but not disturbing any of the nice grass. Same here at the bottom of the hill. Curb to curb to curb, but all within the limits of the racetrack, so maximizing all of it. This is not going to be a mistake at turn 1 on cold tires for Andy Cossack, is it? And to turn 1 out of pit exit he goes.
All clear. And looks like he's going to get cleanly through turn 3 as well. So just reporting on the fact that he's back out on track, and we'll see how those warm tires treat him.
Spinny Boys Gold are in the lane, and this is from the 3rd position for the effective championship leaders here.
This will be a critical stop for him. Don't want to overshoot it. Got that so nice lead.
Clayton brings the car in. He gets out. And it goes back to Tyler Agostino.
So Tyler doing the double today, starting and finishing the race. Tyler did have some good pace when he was in the car last time.
Dramas at the moment for ST Racing Esports.
Yeah.
It's technical problems potentially for Cameron Martineau.
We're looking for them out on track, and their blip has disappeared from the radar.
Cameron Martineau is gone. He's out of here. That's a disconnect for him.
Oh.
In the ST Racing Esports car.
That's brutal. These Sargento boys will be high-fiving each other in the pits, but that's a dagger in the ST folks as they trying to reconnect. But that car will be towing to the pit lane.
There's no need to push any more then for the 48.
Martineau reconnects, but we'll see if he gets back in the car. Just one of those gremlins that'll pop up on you once in a while. No different than a loose wire in the real car.
Spinny Boys Green are going to be one of the last cars to stop in their BMW.
We got ST Racing back on the lane and Martineau back in the car, so that stint will continue. Unfortunate though for Cameron. Always good to have a second guy in the session just to get that tow timer started, even if you're not in the car. And Martineau pulls away from the pit lane. We'll see. We'll see what that shakes out position-wise after they finish a lap. Meanwhile, Andy Kosick and Sean Fritz are getting close together. They're in 5th and 6th place. Fritz in behind, getting a nice little run.
Yeah, Andy Kosick, who just stopped. Legitimate Racing, who haven't stopped yet.
Yeah, Fritz had a little pace down the front straight. I wondered if he'd make a move or not. We're in the final hour. The lights coming down. Following along now with Tyler Agostino. Nope, that's not Tyler Agostino. That's Evan Campbell in Spinny Boys Green. Cameron Martineau right behind, going to try and make an overtake. So, I'm not sure the Spinny Boys Green guys would know, but I think that Cameron Martineau is actually racing now with Spinny Boys Gold. Not sure how closely. I think there'll be about a 30-second gap between them for 3rd place. The ST guys had built up such a lead that they were actually, even though they towed and disconnected, they still have that in hand over Tyler Agostino in the gold car.
Yeah, 1st and 2nd had lapped 6th and 5th and perhaps even 4th. And had 90 seconds or so on 3rd place. Eventually Cameron Martineau gets through there.
Yeah, did one of those classical just waiting for the apex kind of moments before turning in. Take notes quick, Campbell. He's going to drive away from you fast.
It's a little unfair almost.
Martineau's had a lot of pace today.
You can't at this point take any notes on what kind of a setup direction ST Racing have gone.
True.
It's too late to copy a wing angle or damper setting. Legitimate Racing have gotten past, but they're going to have to stop soon. Versus slower expectations than Andy Kosick. The two Porsches went side by side down and towards turn 5. And Andy Kosick, by the looks of the pitch and the angle of that car, no intention of trying to outbrake someone that he's not racing with. So by normal means, this would become the in-lap for Sargento BMW, but I don't think this stint has been a normal one for them. If you saw the way that they were driving behind ST Racing Esports with absolutely no intention to have their nose in front and do anything but crack the throttle, roll the speed and fuel save at every opportunity. As much as we've seen anyone do at any point this race. So this one could still go a little bit longer for Aaron Myers leading the race. Legitimate racing. Finally going to get the chance to tidy that thing up. And then it'll be just Spinny Boys green and Sargento BMW to pit. Here's Spinny Boys green. Maybe he's taken those notes.
Yeah, he's making this work pretty good. Challenge accepted.
You know, in old cartoons where if you run off the edge of a cliff, gravity can only cause you to fall once you realize you've run off the cliff.
Yeah.
There's a certain thing perhaps here to watching someone else in the same car go faster than you thought was possible, where once you realize a certain amount of pace is possible, then you can do it.
I've experienced the other side of this. I went to a rental kart track with some friends, one of whom who knew I was a guy who drives a little bit, races a little bit, and the rest who didn't really. And we all went off into turn one, and all the people who didn't know that I raced, braking and slowing down. And the guy who knew I did, he just did exactly what I did. And he weighed 30 pounds less than me. So by the end of the race, he was catching up and just overtaking me on the straightaway. Anyways, he got out of the car, and he has no experience racing, but says, I figured I was lighter than you, so I could do whatever you could do. And he was right.
Oh. Did you learn any lessons that day? What's the moral of the story?
I lost 10 pounds since then, so we're doing good. Don't be fat in a go-kart. I think that's what I took away. I guess learn from faster drivers could be a good moral. So we want the obvious one. That seems to be what Evan Campbell has done, though. This past lap at 2:23.1, by far the fastest lap of the race for that car.
Funny how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the pit lane start wasn't right for them.
Could be.
This is the 28th lap of the stint now from Sargento BMW. So, of course, yep, called it.
Yeah, they managed to save a little bit extra. We'll see how much of a fuel differential there will be. Gotta think in the range of about 10 seconds to their favor. Very conservative entrance, as you'd expect. Rather give up a second on entry than 30 in the lane for that team.
So begins what they expect to be their last pit stop. That's ST Racing Esports getting back on the lead lap. Everybody was a complete lap down to Sargento BMW until just now. Lincoln Fox to do the driving at the end.
Yep. We'll have a few cars on the lead lap at the end here, but won't be too tight of a race. If you're Lincoln, you gotta just be ready to focus. 45 minutes to the end. Don't set a foot wrong, no mistakes. And Lincoln's going to roll out onto the track for that final crucial stint to bring it home. Evan Campbell still holding on.
Oh, big news, Devon.
Yeah.
The air pressure hasn't changed.
No. Got me all excited.
So, are you a meteorologist?
I'd say amateur, yeah.
Does the kilopascal are the air density and the air pressure separate? Does a change in the humidity necessarily mean a change in the pressure?
That's a good question.
Because I guess the pressure comes from the weight of the air above it.
If I was really to Google and read the first answer, I might tell you that as humidity increases, air pressure decreases because water molecules have less mass than the oxygen and nitrogen molecules of dry air. That's just the first thing that comes to mind.
Right, so the pressure reduces, but the density might stay the same.
That's too advanced for me. I don't teach science. If I can help it anyway.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this. We're well qualified to, I don't know, talk about hurricanes now.
That's what people tune in for, is our analysis, you know. Speaking of analysis, not much to say on track right now. Lincoln Fox is out there putting in some laps that are warm in the tires on that ST car. Having just left the pits last time by. And looking pretty handy out there. Got another 40 minutes on the clock. Expecting the light to keep getting lower. When tracks get dark, weird things do happen. But if Lincoln can keep a handle on the weird and stay connected to the server, you got to think he's got a pretty good shot here. Martineau's gradually pulling away from Spinny Boy's green. Opened up a gap of about 7 seconds now. For most of the front straightaway. Just about see Campbell peeking in the back of the shot there, yep. And then Campbell has had the speed boost wear off a little bit. 224s back to being the pace of choice. Perhaps realizing there was more to lose from a spin than there was from a fast couple laps. And Campbell still the last driver out on track who hasn't pit yet, so expecting to see him come in. Perhaps a driver swap there as well, more than likely. Might get to see Alex Harrison or Ron Wolf back in the car. And then Agostino in the Spinny Boys Gold car, 20 seconds behind Cameron Martineau. And so they'll be racing out to the end here. And if they can hold on to that spot, then they'll more than likely be locking up the championship. And the $200 in champ bucks that go with it.
So this is the best running Porsche at the moment?
Yeah. Not sure how significant the selection of Porsche versus BMWs played out today. But the BMWs have definitely dominated the field from the front. we're looking at Spinny Boys Green, who we think are likely to make their final stop this lap. If not this one, then almost certainly next. Campbell just taking safe lines. And pointing it at the pit lane this time. That calculator, you're sure is good, Haynes.
Well, that was Derby's calculator. Mine was accurate last time.
And as Campbell trundles down the lane, the team car comes by. Tyler Agostino takes third at the line. And won't be looking back, gotta think.
There could be very much a battle here between Spinny Boys Green and Slow at Expectations. There was a time where they were relatively close. Slow at Expectations stopped 8 laps ago. So that puts almost a 20-minute difference between when they each stopped. Ron Wolf gets in. He's going to close it out. Spinny Boys Green. Andy Cosick in Slow at Expectations is rolling down the pit straight. Spinny Boys Green aren't done with their service yet.
Yeah, they've just started rolling, but they're going to have to make up a few seconds on track.
My calculator says they... No, my calculator doesn't say they overfueled. That's probably about right. Could be an interesting final stint for Ron Wolf.
See, most people just keep a calculator on their desk, but Haynes keeps one in a room in the house. He goes over and he asks him for the maths. It's one of those people calculators. He's not denying it, folks, so you know it's true. Anyways, we'll carry on. Riding on board now with the Spinny Boys. It's Agostino. And now looking at the race leader. Got Lincoln Fox holding down the fort. Last time by a 225, so keeping things safe and smooth on those cold tires.
Ought to have worked a little bit into him by now.
We're watching the pretty race cars phase of the race. Just getting to watch pretty race cars drive around. Not a lot of company out there for some of them. If you want to be involved in a ChampCar iRacing Series race, now is actually a good time of the year to start. Got 3 more sprint races before the end of the season. That'll let you get a sampling of the different cars that we use in the sprint series. We've got the Porsches, BMWs, and GT4s. You'll miss out on the Mustang 500S, but on October 30th, we got the NB Miata at the Nordschleife. November 20th, the Clio at VIR North. And December 11th will be our final round with the Toyota GR86 at Sebring. Enduro races on the weekend, but sprint races are on Wednesdays. We always run a practice race the week before. Come and join the Discord if you're not already. And dip your toes in the water to prepare for next year's Sprint Racing Championship, where you can compete to win a seat. Or at least the money to rent a seat, about 2,000 champ bucks in prizes on offer for the sprint champion.
So Legitimate Racing did use that fast repair at their stop to tidy up their Porsche Cayman.
Put the fresh nose on.
Always got to have lots of spares when you're racing a Porsche. During one of the practice sessions for Carrera Cup Australia at Bathurst, someone had literally just the speed at the end of Conrod Straight was ripping the front splitters off them.
Wow.
It was like, oh, normally we don't go this fast. They broke like 10 of them in one session. And everyone's got to go back to the same parts truck.
And got to hope the parts truck brought the bodywork trailer that day.
Well, that's quite pretty, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. The straightaway here, front straight, running straight south, more or less. So, still a nice sunset, but not necessarily going to blind you like the run to turn 3 is. Let's get going west. And this is what it looks like when you're leading a race. Lincoln rather, staying very under control. Still running 224s and 25s. No reason to push it at all. Got a minute 15 in the bank. Always a little risky in my books to back off too much. Never know when your computer's going to disconnect or when you're going to make a little mistake in the closing minutes. But with 30 minutes to go, about 14 laps, the Sargento BMW Motorsports vehicle's got to be feeling pretty good. The gentleman driver, Aaron Myers, is on the pit box. And showing off that hometown hero status with their gluten-free meat tubes prominently displayed in the name. Makes sense that the most Wisconsin-themed Wisconsin car would be leading the race at this pace.
What type of a rock is Wisconsinite anyway?
Cheesy one.
Well, Spinny Boys Green pulled almost a second out of slower expectations that lap. That was something I was just keeping my eye on since the stop for Spinny Boys Green, and they came out behind Andy Kosick's Porsche. And then there was one lap there where Ron Wolf took a little bit of time out, but you got to see maybe a couple of laps before you know if it's a trend or not, and it takes a while for a lap to complete around here. 4-point something miles.
Yeah, Wolf is looking pretty quick out there. And it just keeps getting darker. Camera, or the filters are doing their best to keep a little bit of ambient light, but cars well and truly are churning into the unknown at some of these corners. If you're using references that are out on the edge of the track, they might not be in sight anymore.
It certainly feels dark out this side of the racetrack as well.
Yeah, like racing down a dark and winding country road back here. Cossack keeping it safe. Ron Wolf pushing it a little closer to the edge of the track.
Yeah, with the amount of time left, Cossack gonna need to pick it up just a little bit. Get another look at it in a moment. Pretty consistent one lap to the next.
Yeah, I was going to say, we do think that Cossack has enough fuel to get to the end. They short fueled a little bit, so don't think they're having to do a big fuel save or anything. And that's lowered expectations car. But the gap keeps shrinking. 5/10 more out of it that time. We check back in with Lincoln Fox. Still holding on to that significant lead. It started as a busy race. It is coming down to a whimper a little bit here. 30 minutes to go. We'll see if there's any twists and turns awaiting us in the dark here at Road America.
Still time for this pursuit for Ron Wolf to catch Andy Cossack. Spinny Boys green to catch lowered expectations. This is that view from 5th place car. And yeah, at times you can definitely spot Andy Cossack just up the road there. The gap's 6 seconds or so with the long straights of Road America. You can spot the headlights illuminating the trees in the distance. You also spot the iRacing blimp is illuminated in the sky as well, so there's still a little bit of light out there. But this is Ron Wolf's onboard.
Are there any brave souls racing in the dark at Road Atlanta or Road America in the real world? At least not at a pro level.
No,
to my knowledge.
and when American Le Mans Series used to have a 6-hour race here.
Mm-hmm.
IMSA doesn't do it no more, and I think their noise agreement doesn't let them race after dark here.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I've heard that there are a couple of restrictions on Road America in regards to that.
Gotta keep the neighbors happy. The Johnsonville Broad Bridge looking fiery at night. Bet you it would smell good around that corner if iRacing had its smell simulation figured out. Got to work on that before they implement rallying all the way, you know. So Spinny Boys Green still pushing here. Last time by, they took, that would be 1.4 seconds out of slowered expectations. So the dark really starting to affect the slowered expectations car. This time by, it'll be another chunk, 1.2 seconds this time. So 4.5 seconds at the line, 10 laps to go. Gotta think things are looking pretty good for the Spinny Boys to go and challenge for that spot from Andy Cossack. On the track, and being confident enough to turn in confidently at the right moments, even before you can see the apex, really an advantage in the dark.
Was as much as 8 seconds. Now it's more like 4.
Those woods are dark, dark, dark. Can see the headlights illuminating from the car behind. And as we head out onto the front straight again, that gap just keeps chipping away. We'll see how much the difference is at the line this time. 224.4 for Cossack that time by. Significant improvement. Only a 224 flat for Ron Wolf. Still a half second. But if Slowered Expectations does have that kind of pace in their bag, then they might be able to hold off this late charge from the Spinny Boys.
Little, if any, pressure on your race leader in the closing 20 minutes, and their pace has gone from 22s to 25s. With a predicted 8 more laps or so of this race, they've still got more than a minute in their back pocket to an ST Racing Esports and Friends car that's pushing on pretty hard, all things considered. But it's a gap that looks, if not insurmountable, but very difficult to surmount.
Yeah, you're going to need a little help from the car ahead or from the secret bottle of nitrous you stashed somewhere inside of it, I'd say. And I'm doubting that the second possibility is one. So we'll be expecting them to bring it home second.
And you'd be very slim odds of praying for a drive-through penalty from the incident limit for the race leader either.
Yeah, 32 on the race lead. Needs a little bit of help there.
Where are you reading that?
I've read the wrong line. We don't have 32.
It's a bit, they don't have any lights in the pit lane or in the race control building. That probably
it's very much tunnel vision.
them from doing much night racing here.
Maybe they just didn't turn them on. We're expecting it to run late. Yeah, it's pretty hazardous out there, I'd say. Getting that authentic rally experience. Another 5/10 out of it that time by. John Wolf's got the hammer down.
Pretty dark in there.
Yep. Without someone's light shining inside your car, gotta imagine it's a dark one. Gotta think the headlight flashers will be super effective, though. If you get close.
I don't think they are on the BMW. This is what I'm saying. Is they don't flash properly. They sparkle.
Curious to see what the sparkle looks like in the evening here.
That's just to go hand in hand with the turn signals that also don't operate correctly on a BMW.
So you're saying it's a factory defect to the headlights?
Oh, they're all messed up. Yeah, it's.
One of those issues that resides between the seat and the steering column, I see.
Yeah, there's a couple of wires crossed in the average BMW.
It's dark out here, but I wouldn't reckon it's any darker than like VIR or some of the other tracks we race at night.
Got that blimp up in the sky as the second moon as well.
Have to see if we can time out a shot of that. We've had a little trauma, maybe, for our slowed expectations. I think it was just him popping off wide.
You tell me if they're driving smoothly or not. In the dark, I'm struggling to tell now, but you can see how much closer it gets. Far less to separate slowed expectation from Spinny Boy's green right now. That's about to say it's almost underneath a second.
Yeah, Ron Wolf right up on the rear bumper after a little drama from Cossack there. Pressure is real. The leader's strategy, meanwhile, becoming maybe a little bit clearer. They've slowed down enough that they've almost knocked a lap off the race total. Gotta wonder if that'll be a factor. line through there. Be able to push it a little wider on the exit. Cossack takes the more middle line into that final corner. Doesn't stop him from weaving a little bit, though, to try and discourage the draft from Ron behind.
Got any royalty-free Jaws music?
We could just do it a cappella. I'm confident we'd miss the notes by enough that YouTube wouldn't pick it up.
Yeah, not at this latency. Another pit stop for legitimate racing.
Did have a wondering about them. They're 14 laps in, but had a pretty short stop.
Yeah, I'm not convinced I understand what's happening here.
Didn't
Not as if
see
Ryan
an
Carwile had
incident.
been in all that long.
Did have Cameron Martineau right on him, perhaps getting out of the way. No damage as far as I could tell.
Just taking a little bit of fuel.
Good. Getting a little extra. Carrying on. Either way, Ron Wolf now within a second. 5 laps to go, roughly.
Well, this could be it, or almost it. Right-hand side, left-hand side. Goes Andy Cossack back up to the concrete wall on
Wolf
the right.
bumped the wall. Wolf bumped the wall there. Left a shower of sparks down the front straight. They really stick out in the dark. Oh no, Cossack's getting overtaken right now. We're getting the replay, but up the inside goes Ron Wolf after Cossack runs wide on the exit of 1. They're in 3 now, and they're door-to-door bumping each other. Oh, and it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fist fight down here in turn 5 if they're not careful.
It's 2 sets of headlights underneath the Sargento Bridge towards the descending braking zone of turn 5. Andy Cossack's got the inside line, but he doesn't have the bravery to brake as deep as Ron Wolf does. As he looks to go around the outside, he runs out of room, runs in too deep, and it'll take a little bit more to sort that out.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a fight to the finish for these guys. First round of defense goes to Cossack. Oh, he's deep. He's deep.
They're both deep, but Andy Cossack's way too deep, and he loops around. Ron Wolf goes through into 4th place.
Oh, and that's tough. Cossack dives it in deep under braking, and on the exit, we'll see it. Dives in, but then jumps the curb, and that jump just unsettles the car enough that when he's putting down the power, it ends up facing the wrong way.
He got baited into looking in his mirrors when he should have been looking for his brake markers as well. Ron Wolf.
Classic.
Yeah, got him in the end.
Well executed there. And barring a calamity, that should start to set things up for the finish here. About 10 minutes to go. And we watch right along with Lincoln Fox and that Sargento Cheese BMW Motorsport powered by Johnsonville Brats car continuing a flavorful legacy as they drive towards a checkered flag here. I'm just reviewing the notes on them. Quite a detailed profile they've submitted, of course. But it's no surprise to read that they've got an insatiable winning spirit, judging by the performance they put on here today. And with 3 laps to go, the only thing they don't have is the fastest lap, as we've just seen Cameron Martineau go and steal that away from him.
The fastest lap was already in the 2:21.8, so that's a very just fractional improvement to scrape the fastest lap of the race from Cameron Martineau. When they rejoined the race, they were something like 1:20 seconds behind the lead. They're now 48 seconds behind the lead. And this is a potentially very frustrated Cameron Martineau, who's obviously immensely quick right now.
Yeah.
2, maybe 3 key things have gone against them. There was the spin for Zach Duran, the disconnect for Cameron Martineau, and they also did look a little disadvantaged on strategy earlier on in the sort of third quarter of the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, attempted that alternate pit stop strategy a little earlier on. We'll have to get Martineau and see if we can find out potentially what happened there for him. But either way, it has left Lincoln Fox with an impressive gap.
And that outright race leader crosses the start-finish line about now, or did recently, and it looks pretty confidently. Like I've gone and asked Mr. Calculator. 3 laps to go.
Sounds good. Takes it under the cheese bridge again, as we fall along with Martineau on board. He's running some quick ones, so we'll watch him while he pushes. This time he sets the bar again, 2:21.755. We'll see how low that record can go. 2:21.7 would have been good for the pole in qualifying. So track conditions clearly pretty good out there right now.
Well, I mean, the ambient pressure was different during qualifying.
Will have an effect. I have not seen it move though. Not in a while.
I'm quite confident it was 96 and now it's 98, and that seemed to happen as the air cools a little bit just before sunset. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot now.
We don't have that level of precision over here on the Imperial system, you know. 29 inches the whole day. Lincoln Fox comes out onto the front straight. There'll be 2 to go this time. cap off a good day for the Sargento boys. And a good season of endurance racing here in the ChampCar iRacing Enduro Series.
A great day for cheese lovers and therefore the world. There's a pit stop though from Slowered Expectations. So they, like legitimate racing, might have just got some of their fuel wrong. Maybe they weren't expecting the air density to change.
I wonder if they selected the correct USB stick at the stop.
Could have been the wrong static rear camber. But with just the 2 laps to go, this should be pretty quick, and it's relatively quick.
Oh, Cossack put it on the rev limiter about as hard as I've ever heard anyone put it on the rev limiter. And the party has begun. Lincoln Fox is sparkling those headlights as he goes underneath the Johnsonville-Bratz Bridge last time. And shining them again each time he gets to a bridge, I think.
It's the same instinct as guys who downshift in a tunnel.
Only natural, then, you mean?
It doesn't achieve anything of value for humanity, but
a little bit of celebratory light flash never hurt anyone as he goes through Canada Corner for the second to last time. And heads up the hill.
there's the white flag waving from the starters stand over the start-finish line. One more lap of Road America for this race. One more lap of Road America for the 2024 ChampCar iRacing Series Team Endurance Events. Sargento BMW Motorsport, powered by Johnsonville, are headed to the race victory, and Spinny Boys Gold are headed towards the championship.
The celebration's in full effect. Illuminating the sponsor.
Yep, their namesake bridge.
Always feels better at the home track, you know. One more time down the hurry downs.
And those late pit stops made no real effect. Slowered Expectations pitted from 5th, resumed in 5th. Legitimate Racing pitted from 6th, resumed in 6th.
Martineau keeps pushing on, putting in quick laps, but hasn't managed to top that 21.755.
Might be trying to save something special for this final lap. It's getting all over the curbs for the driver in second place.
We're getting some high scores on the best sectors now from Lincoln Fox as they take it real slow.
The time is about to expire, heading up through the penultimate corner for the race leader. Started out of second on the grid. Ran nose to tail, bumper to bumper with ST Racing Esports for the longest time in this race. And at the starters stand, the white flag will be replaced by the checkered. Look at that, the blue light in the dash flashes when the headlight flashes are on. And those lights will dazzle the flag man. The checkered flag goes to Sargento BMW Motorsport, powered by Johnsonville, Lincoln Fox, and Aaron Mayers.
Coming around next will be Ron Wolf, a lap down in that Spinny Boys green car, crossing the line. And then in second place, Cameron Martineau rounding the final corner, coming up the hill and taking home what's going to be a disappointing second place for them. You got to think they had some pace, they had some position, but ultimately a gremlin got in the way of a real contending for the race win. Andy Cossack in Slower Expectations is still rolling around next on the track, coming through the final set of corners. At different points, it looked like they might be able to contend, but the early mistakes proved too much to overcome without the help of a safety car. Good pace in them. Regulars in the series. We'll see them around. Ryan Carwile in Legitimate Racing coming up the hill as well. Similar story. Consistency, not the name of the game today. A couple too many spins and issues, leading to their finish here in the final place. And Tyler Agostino will be coming up the hill, securing a gold medal and potentially a seizure for those watching.
See, those are proper flashing headlights.
I feel like my health might be affected.
Exactly. they flash for real. There's no doubting it. There's no, or do they sparkle? It's like, no, they're all on and they're all off and then they're all on. That is a flash.
They flash well for the Spinny Boys as they lock up third place, and we'll have to do some calculations, but presumably the championship as well.
Yes, they were best placed of the teams that made the trip to Road America, ahead of their own teammates in Spinny Boys Green, and then multiple ahead of Slower Expectations, who again they also finished ahead of. So there again are the race results. With Sargento BMW Motorsport powered by Johnsonville ahead of ST Racing Esports and Friends, Spinny Boys Gold, Spinny Boys Green, Slower Expectations, and Legitimate Racing, all finishing this race. Let's see if we get any visitors momentarily after the race finish. Hope so, but no guarantee.
Looks like our winners may have just decided to go straight to the celebrating today.
So again, our congratulations go to the race winners in Lincoln Fox and Aaron Mayers, and the champions from Spinny Boys Gold. Be here all day. I think if we listed everyone who's driven for them, they've done all of the endurance events this season and been rewarded in the end. Not too long till we can get a little bit more ChampCar iRacing action though, because on the 30th is the next sprint round. That's one of the tracks that the fans voted for. And we still have VIR North and Sebring to round out the season for our Drivers' Championship. I've been David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby in the production to bring you the ChampCar iRacing Road America 4-hour finale. The team endurance, at least for this season, is in the books.